Check, check, check. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We'd like to open up the Appropriations Committee Higher Education Subcommittee State Agency presentations on today for Wednesday. From the first group are going to be the Office of Higher Education, and then after that, Connecticut State Colleges, and then after lunch break, University of Connecticut and University of Health, UConn Health Center. So that is to let everybody know what the lineup is for the day. And then hopefully everybody will be around for the student presentation, because the students from the colleges around the state come and talk to us about what they did and what they would like from us as representatives for them. And it's really, it's a fascinating conversation, and sometimes you got to bring Kleenex because some of them are really tough stories to go with. So with that, I will ask, let's see, I don't have my Zoom up, but Representative Nuccio, I think you're about the only other person on here, because I think Senator Austin is Senator Austin on? No one's on. Good. We may be quicker than we thought. So why don't we bounce right into the office, Office of Higher Education. Tim Larson. Good morning, sir. How are you? Which would you prefer? You could turn on both of them and have both sides.
Perfect. Thank you all so much for allowing us to come and talk a little bit about the Appropriations Committee testimony today. My office staff in attendance is Ram Abastaria. He's the Division Director of Finance for our office. Jackie Lucier, Division Director of Student Programs and Grants. Sean Seepersad, Division Director of Academic Affairs. Mike Criscola is an Associate Fiscal Administrative Officer in our Financial Aid Division, and Noel Kidney is the Executive Assistant, Legislative Assistant, and Media Liaison. So we have a couple of comments to make, and then we're basically available for any questions that you folks may have for us.
That works for us, because I will say to all the presenters today, we love the slides and we love it, but we'd much rather have a nice conversation, sort of fireside chat kind of conversation. Okay, so
absolutely,
we're gonna just basically have more of an exchange, because I think we get a lot more done by that. Okay.
I completely agree with you. As I'm sure you're aware, there's been, some significant reductions, if you will. Let me just list a few. I would call them some, I'll say, technical revisions, and then some program revisions that are illustrated in the governor's budget. There's a decrease of $300,000 for the maintenance of our financial aid processing system. We've switched most of that over to DAS, so it's not really an imposition. It's more of a rechanneling of our resources, because we partner with them, and we're very impressed with the service that we get from DAS with regards to all of our IT and functionality. There's a decrease of $260,000 in the adjunct professor grant funding due to reflect the level of actual expenditures. There's a big expenditure. We can talk in great detail about the number of applicants and how all of that was processed. An increase of $182,000 for existing wage agreements within our bargaining units. We have a managerial unit, and then we have actually 3 bargaining units inside of our office. There's a $100,000 decrease that ties out with our staffing levels. I think we've provided you with that, all of the answers for staffing and vacancies and so forth. We've provided that back to you. And then there's an elimination of $240,000 and $6 million for the both adjunct professor grant and the student loan reimbursement program. We have a bunch of information that we'd like to share with you today on the student loan program. We work really well, and I think that program is actually performing very nicely. There's an increase collectively over fiscal year 26 and 27 to expand Americorps programming within the state of Connecticut. And so those are basically the financial impacts and so forth for our office. I think for the most part, our budget over the last 6 years has been status quo. Our personnel stuff has been status quo. And as you know, we're primarily a compliance division with both the occupational schools, the independent colleges, clearly we administer the Roberto Willis Scholarship Program for Connecticut students going to Connecticut colleges, and a handful of others. And then, of course, the Americorps program, veterans programs, and the like. So with that, I'll entertain questions. And we have each of the directors is here today that are actually running these programs. So they'll be able to give you up-to-date information. And if we can't provide it for you right now, we will absolutely get it back to you, as soon as possible, if not today, by tomorrow. So with that, I'll
Okay,
turn it over.
So you did submit to us your staffing, but we don't have it in front of us. So can you tell us how many staff you have on book and how many are financed?
Can do it.
Okay.
So total head count is 28. 28. There's 8 full-time equivalents funded by feds and through our fee structure. We have 27 employees that are, 2 of those employees are TWR. Our HR person is Tony Lewis. He's come back to work for us on a contract, as well as Mark French, who has done just a heroic job with the Roberto Willis program. He's actually training Mike Criscola, who is the new incumbent in that position. We have one open vacancy, and for the most part, that's in the process of being filled.
Okay, so let me try that one more time. How many staff do you have on book and how many are paid for? I just want the total number. I don't want the individuals, okay?
28 total.
Okay. And how many are paid for? All 28?
All 28.
Okay, that's a good start. And then I'm going to start first with the 6 million that was taken out of your grant for the student loan program. You said you had some information about that. I mean, I will tell you that once we opened it up, there were people from all over applying for it. It was probably one of the fastest growing implementations we had in anything in this budget because people need the help.
No doubt.
And we were providing the help. So would you like to expand on that?
Why don't I do this? I'm going to bring Mike Criscola up and Rob Apostoria. They are the hands-on folks in our office, and they can walk you through precisely where we are with the number of applications, how we're processing, what funds are still available, and how we want to continue with that student loan reimbursement
I
program.
think it's really worthwhile. So
I
ahead.
agree with you.
go ahead.
Okay, Mike and Rob, just reintroduce yourselves and then. Sure.
Good morning. I'm Mike Riscolo, the Associate Fiscal Administrative Officer for Student Financial Aid at the Office of Higher Education. And in regard to the student loan reimbursement program, as of 8 o'clock this morning, we have 1,474 applications received. And of those, the total applications that have been reviewed and accepted and moved to what we deem them to be as pending eligible, so they will receive an award, there's 201. Based on the number of payments that those eligible students made in 2024 towards their student loan, we're looking at $568,203, which will be paid out if we paid today. The average award for those recipients would be $2,827. We have a deadline for the application that's set for March 31st, 2025. However, if there is remaining funding that has not been awarded, then we can extend that deadline as well.
Okay. Do you have something to add, Rob?
My name is Ram Abisaria, Division Director, but yeah, Mike covered that perfectly.
Okay. Thank you. So let me go back to this now. 1474 is how many applicants you had. When did the portal open for the applications?
It opened on January 1st.
January 1st of 24?
25.
So it just opened a little over a month ago?
Yeah, correct. That is correct.
Ah, okay. And so 201. How many staff do you have working on this? Can I ask?
We have two part-time staff. I work on the applications as well and returning emails. We have an SLRP email box that averages 200 to 300 emails per day. January 1st, I think we had about 2,000. We work through our CT Scholars database, so all the applications could go right into that database. The applicant signs up for CT Scholars and they fill out an application and they could upload all the required documents.
Wow, I'm impressed that it's just since January 1st. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Absolutely amazing, and I commend you all for going right in. I know it's been a difficult thing to build, but I think it's worth it. I think the most important thing that we got from everywhere is help in trying to navigate the educational system so that they can afford it and they don't get tied down with a lot of debt. And I think that's what the whole foundation of this grant was about. Are there
Absolutely.
questions? I'm gonna go by subject because I.
May I make one comment? I just want to acknowledge our team here with regard to developing this system. We were able to do that with no additional costs. So all the work was done internally. And we were able to build the system, again, with no additional dollars and on time. So the amount of work that was done was tremendous for that. So I acknowledge Commissioner Larson and our team for that.
So the 240,000, was that for the expense for the staffing?
Correct.
Okay,
But with
so-
regards to the building of the system, we didn't get any dollars. We worked internally within our own resources in order to be able to accomplish that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Question? Yes, Representative Jim.
First of all, I just want to thank you guys, right? This program, I'm sure Representative Paris is going to say the same thing, was really kind of like a dream of a totally bipartisan group looking at this. And the fact that you guys have been able to do this. I know when you first got the applications, Corey called me and was like, they're freaking out. They got too many. What are we doing? So the fact that you guys have turned this around, built this system, and have these resources on this, like, you are directly affecting people's lives with this. And, you're taking our vision and really implementing it. And, I don't usually get into the thanking everybody when they do their jobs around here, but I'm definitely thanking you guys for doing your job on this and doing it without, like you said, you didn't get any extra funding for this. You built the system that you're tracking it on. You've got people working on it. You've got 201 people approved. Like, this is literally, like, I think mine, Corey's, Eleni's, everybody else that ended up signing on this bill on both sides of the aisle. This is what we envisioned being the kind of program that we wanted to roll out into the state. And the fact that you guys have done that with no budget adjustment, picked it up, that ball, and you're in the end zone. And I truly, like I said, I don't usually thank people for doing their jobs, but I'm seriously thanking you guys for doing the job here. Do you foresee burning through that full 6 million?
It's a little early to tell, but I think we could get you a better answer in mid-March.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, if this is something we need to look at, like, I know the governor's budget cut this. I'm telling you, like, I'm pitching kittens, right? There's no way that we're cutting this from the budget as far as I'm concerned. We can find $6 million. There's plenty of seats out there. I'm sure there's some change in that we can find the money for this. But I just want to make sure that $6 million is going to be adequate for what we think. The fact that we've had so many applicants already. Do you have an idea of what the rejection rate is? Like, how many are not qualifying? So if you have like 2,500 emails, we've got, what does that equate to? Like, how many are you seeing that are not qualifying?
Well, at this point, it's too early because if we have, of the 1,474 applications that we receive, our team is going through those. And if we're missing the correct tax form, we're receiving the federal instead of the state. The volunteer form was either filled out incorrectly or wasn't notarized correctly. We're reaching out to these
You're
folks.
not just denying them. You're
Right. So At some point, we will have people who applicants will be deemed to be ineligible, unfortunately. We also feel that with the 50-hour volunteer requirement and the program starting on January 1st, we will have an influx of applicants after they get to the point where they get those 50 hours completed.
Yeah. That was my concern when you said like the March 31st deadline. So I'm glad that it's mobile, because I think now that people know about the 50-hour requirement, that gives them time to get that done. And we should have that money available through the end of the year in case, if somebody gets it done in November, I want to be able to give them the money in November, right? So
Excellent.
I guess my overarching question is, do we think 6 million is good for this? And my other question, I don't know if you guys can answer it because I can't find it in here, but there are other student loan programs, like the governor's student loan program, that I don't think has nearly the participation that this one does. Where are the dollars for that? Is that in you guys? Like, do you guys?
You
know?
talking Roberto Willis?
Not Roberto Willis.
Okay.
The other scholarship, like the other student loan programs that the governor has.
I think that those are in DPH.
Are they DPH?
There's one in DPH and a DOH one.
Okay, so they're not
the-
in,
the agencies
yeah,
that-
so they're not with you guys. All right, so that's not your question then. We'll find that one out. Well, that's what I would like to see overarching, like where those, well, not only that, but if there's money in a program that has, 25 people applying to it and there's $20 million sitting there, and I've got, 1.5 months of 1,500 people with this one here, I'm thinking, I found $6 million. I found it. So, I would like to, it's not under you guys, but since we're just going topic by topic, I
Yeah.
just, again, thank you guys for doing what you're doing.
And I just wanted to follow up just to piggyback on Mike's point. I know we're short on time, but our staff, ultimately the expectation for all of us is to make sure that they follow up, if anything's missing, to make sure that we can approve as many people that are eligible to receive these dollars. The last thing we want is to make sure that someone that is eligible does not receive the grant. And then the other piece that we did in order to be able to increase, we put a marketing campaign out there in order to get the word out.
Yeah.
So we've done that as well, to make sure that, the state of
They did
Connecticut,
a good job, evidently,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
everybody knows about
Right,
it.
and we're actually
So-
doing some tours too, but we just talked to with a few of us actually just talked this week, and we want to actually get out to the trade schools too, because this is applicable to them, and I really don't think any of them know about it. So we want to get out to the trades and make sure that they know that they can qualify for this also. So
Thank-
we're going to help you with
thank-
that marketing.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then we've hit approximately 2.4 million people, within our marketing campaign, and I believe we have that for you as
Oh,
well.
excellent.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Representative Haddad, on the, we're just talking about okay,
On this loan program.
yes.
Yeah, I would have asked, I would have moved on, but that's okay. I'm glad I have a follow-up question or two. Do you know how large the pool of applicants could be? How many student loan how many people owe student loans? in
500,000.
Connecticut, 500,000. And you said the average award so far is a little over $2,000
That's correct.
of the ones that are approved?
2,827.
Right. So when we talk about, you're probably on track for something on the order of about 20, you have enough money for about 2,400, maybe 2,500 of those sized awards.
That is correct. If, in a perfect world, everyone who applied would have an outstanding balance of $5,000 and we could award it in 1,200 applicants. It just hasn't been so. We've seen as low as $100 and as much as 10,000, and obviously they can only receive the 5,000 cap, but it's really run the gamut. Like I said, we're really hoping that with the volunteer piece being completed, that we'll see an influx of even more applications within the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks time.
I mean, I just asked the question because it begins to answer the question around how much could we potentially need in this program. $6 million is terrific. It could easily be more, I guess is what you're saying. The 50 hours is seems to be the limiting factor for folks who can allocate 50 hours of time, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And the ceiling for eligibility for a single filer is 125,000, and for joint filers is 175. We are going to be able to run a demographic report and something based on income that will show us how many people who fall below 50,000 as a single filer, possibly 75,000 as joint filers, to just see how many of those are actually able to do those 50 hours of volunteer work while having an income level that they have.
Well, thank you. That would be helpful. When do you think you'll have that information available?
Reports are built to, they'll be run as soon as we move from pending eligible to awarded. So March 31st, we officially would close our initial application. We will extend that, but we can make payments for those people who have all their information in and meet the eligibility requirements. So that's when we'll be able to run those reports for you.
Thank you. I have more questions when we start talking about Roberto Willis.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. Next, Representative Paris.
I'm not smiling, but I'm very happy. I don't want to show any bias in any way whatsoever, but I do appreciate and echo the sentiments of both of my colleagues, both to my left and my right. It's very rare that in this country, I will say, that we have Republicans and Democrats agreeing on a way to implement student loan reimbursement. What's also important to note is that folks in Wisconsin, Kansas, California, Minnesota have all asked how they can replicate this program there. What's quite interesting, which I just wanted to add, have the inquiries around questions of how to apply for the program and qualify for the program, have those outweighed the amount of applicants that you have seen? So how many inquiries are you getting via text, email, whatever, on a weekly basis, daily basis? I just think that'd be helpful for us to know.
Let me just say, if you don't have the information, you can bring it to the working group. I mean, we're just giving you the gamut pretty much of what we're looking for as far as information is concerned. But if you have it immediately, that's fine. But we're short on time, so to make sure
No,
that we
I
get, because we do have Roberto Willis behind it. But I have very supportive members of my committee who want to say something about this fund that we all insist needs to be maintained.
As far as how many emails we're receiving, it's really set up to be an email driven interaction. Phone calls, we just want to be able to track it. We are saving all the emails. The questions usually stem around the volunteer hours eligibility, because the volunteer organization needs to be a nonprofit recognized by the Department of Consumer Protection, a municipal government entity, or a military service. They all require notary publics. So there's been questions around the CT notary standards. There's tax information, people having a hard time finding their diplomas to verify that they attended a Connecticut public institution or a private institution. And just different questions based on eligibility that run really a wide range.
I think I'm sorry.
You know, it's okay. I was just going to say, I defer to the chairwoman on this. That can be brought to the working group. That's perfectly fine. One other thing that I would like brought to the working group, if possible, when you're sharing the demographic information, is the age in which the age demographic of those who are applying and getting accepted. Believe it or not, I'm hearing from a ton of people around this, and it's mostly parents or grandparents who are applying for the program. Because they have taken out Parent Plus loans, and they're so grateful that they too won't have to, die with so much student loan debt. So that would also, mine didn't have to worry about that because none of them paid for anything. However, if you could just send that information to the working group, we think that would be quite helpful as well. Thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you. Representative DeGraw?
Thank you so much.
Russ DeGraw.
I apologize because I did miss the very beginning of this, but I believe that the position that we actually had intended part of the money to go for was not filled. Is there a reason why that was not filled? Can bring it to the working group.
We'll bring it to the working group.
Okay. I did also just want to say thank you so much, because I know this was a lot of hard work, and even just, programming and all of those things. Obviously, we have a bill to fix some things, but I was wondering also how many people have brought up the hardship waiver portion of this.
I've reviewed 3 hardship waivers so far.
So not a significant number so far, which is great.
I'm
Okay.
sorry,
Not a significant number. So
not a significant
okay,
amount
all right,
at this
great. Thank
point.
you so much. And again, thank you for all the hard work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, Roberta Willis. Represent, Haddad, would you like to start it off?
Thank you. Yes. I'm tempted to ask about the reduction in the amount that we can allocate through the Roberta Willis program. And if you could give us those numbers, that would be helpful. But I really want to ask about the timing of the Roberta Willis Scholarship disbursements. It seems like my committee, the Higher Education Committee, and this committee, the Appropriations Committee, has been working really hard and in trying intentionally to try to get ahead of the curve on the Roberta Willis Scholarship, around this whole issue around timing. And I want to get an update because we're still hearing from institutions that they are not getting the notice of their allocations early enough, and that the need merit awards are not being awarded early enough. And I'm just curious to know what where the truth is on timing of the Roberta Willis Scholarship programs are.
So with regard to the Roberta Willis, the need merit, we're actually be making those awards at the end of this week. With regard to the need merit piece, if you go to our website, we make an assumption, that it's a status quo, but it's there for everyone to be able to view what by school, what potentially they would be receiving.
Okay, so two things. One is the need merit scholarship awards you're saying are being awarded directly to students sometime soon for the next academic year?
Correct.
Okay, and that's what we intended, right?
Exactly correct.
And then why on the need portion, which is allocated to institutions, why would that be, if that money's already been appropriated, as I understand it has, and we're working on the current fiscal year's appropriation, why would that be an estimate and not a hard number?
So with regards to what was appropriated, the carry forward, so to speak, it's only $15 million. So with regards to the 10 million by state statute, we were able to use $10 million to be able to notice those students for the next academic year for need merit.
So we're confusing need merit and need, I guess. And I just want to be clear because I have to, I get confused
Yeah.
sometimes too. Then you're saying that we only pre-authorized $15 million.
Correct.
10 million of that went to the need merit portion of the scholarship, and that leaves you only $5 million left to allocate for the need portion, and that's the allocations that go directly to schools for them to package?
Well, correct. I mean, in a sense, what we've done is we've addressed the issue with regards to the need merit because that's the max is $10 million. And then there is $5 million that is out there. But what we've done to post on the website is just to make the allocation based on the previous biennial budget. So we haven't included the $5 million. We've just put that estimate on the website without the inclusion of that $5 million. Correct.
How is that different than what was happening before we tried to solve this problem? Before, every institution could look at what last year's budget was and guesstimate how much they were going to get.
And so we thank you for that question because nothing has changed. The only change that we've actually made, that's always been on the website. We actually did the math for everyone's convenience.
Right. And so I guess what you're saying then in the end is that you need an additional allocation of one-time money to get ahead of the need allocations as well as for the need merit allocations. And so maybe prior to the work session, we can talk about this more. You can estimate how much more you need in order so that we can get ahead of that as well. Because again, like institutions are packaging financial aid awards. They're doing that in the spring. But you're saying that the allocation that they get from the Roberta Willis Scholarship for them to package is contingent on a budget that we might not pass until May or June. And so they're at risk if they allocate that money, promise that money to students. And I thought that that's what we were trying to solve. And it seems like we're partially there, but not all the way there. I appreciate your answers. And
That's exactly correct.
That'll be something I'll follow up with you in the work sessions.
Thank you, Representative. And I was going to ask the same question because we thought we were caught up last year, from this fall, correct? Is that what I remember us, because we allocated a large amount of ARPA dollars at the end of last year so that we could have money projecting forward in this year so that students could get their checks on a timely fashion if they know they're going to college, correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative Walker, and that's exactly what we've done, with regards
So
to,
right now, we're good.
with regards to the need merit. Exactly correct.
Okay.
Not
But-
for the need based.
And, okay, could you bring that information to the working group?
Absolutely.
Because I'd like to know the difference of the two.
Yep.
And why we have a difference of the two. So that would be really important. Any other question? I know Representative Nuccio. Any other questions from Office of Higher Education beyond that? Go ahead.
I have a question in regard to the Americorps expansion. I know several students or young adults in Connecticut that were part of the Americorps group, but this looks like it's an all-new line item with
Yeah.
its own line now. So I was wondering if you could give me a little bit of explanation on what this is compared to what I know we were currently doing.
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Lucier. I am the Division Director of Programs and Student Services at the Office of Higher Education. It's a pleasure to be here again to address the Appropriations Committee members with regards to Americorps. The governor's budget has a new initiative that the governor's office would like to propose for Americorps to fund. And the federal dollars that fund Americorps needs to have a match component. And so the line item that you see in the governor's budget is the match component that would be required. The program that they're interested in implementing is a resiliency core, which is an ability to have young people that are disconnected, disadvantaged youth to participate in a resiliency core that addresses climate change issues, the environmental issues, et cetera, and receive a stipend and possibly a path to a career.
So
They
this
are
is-
looking at engaging up to, I think it's 500 individuals in the first year, and then in the second year to double that number to 1,000 across the state.
So this would be a whole new
Absolutely.
on top of what we're currently, because like I said, I know we've got people currently in
Yes,
Americorps.
absolutely.
Is there not a match for the current Americorps program?
The current Americorps programs provide a match through their own nonprofits that provide the match. So the state doesn't provide the match for those programs.
Yeah, that's weird. So this one, they're asking the state to match it.
So the Americorps program as a whole,
Yeah,
to receive federal funds, you must provide a match. So
Right.
the programs that we support provide their own match. They've found a nonprofit that will provide the match that's required. This program is going to be a state program, so the state would provide the match.
yeah. If you can bring some more details on how all of this would work in that,
Absolutely.
it kind of seems like, I think AmeriCorps, my bonus daughter did AmeriCorps after college, right?
wonderful.
She was gone for almost a year,
mhm.
working in parks and stuff like that. But, and then she got college, money to go towards college afterwards and
Absolutely.
everything. But it was an AmeriCorps program that
Correct.
put her around the country doing different things and that. This sounds like just Connecticut and only for environmental and climate change. I need more
It
information.
would be, it would also be an Americorps program. So instead of being a nonprofit that is applying for funds to be an Americorps program, it's the state applying for funds to be an Americorps program. So anyone that participates in this program would receive the same benefits as the other Americorps program that you recall. So they will receive the education award, they will receive a stipend. All of those benefits of being a participant in the Americorps program would apply to this program. The only difference is this program is being spawned out of a governmental effort as opposed to a local nonprofit.
We need more information. Thank
Yeah,
you.
sure.
Thank you.
With the information, we'd like to know about the existing AmeriCorps program that we have. How many people do we have in it, and how long has it been? Don't tell us now. This will all be part of the work group.
Absolutely.
And then for the new one, if you know why we are engaging in it, that would be helpful, and what the expectation is for that. And then we could get a little bit more detail on that. I think that's important
Absolutely.
because we didn't understand, and we will. Are there any more questions for the Office of Higher Education? If not, thank you, sir. And I think you got enough things there for us to talk about next time.
Thank you so much. And as I've committed to this morning, I want to make sure that we're clear on the distribution of the Roberto Willis need merit and need programs and the combination that we've been able to incorporate those ARPA dollars. I believe that we can, by college, by merit, and by program, provide you with all of that information and the timeliness of the rollout of all of that.
It's critical. We've heard from a lot of people, both private and public schools. And so it's an important program. We just need to make sure that it gets to the kids in a way that they can utilize
Absolutely.
it. That's
Yeah.
the whole point.
I think it's a lot easier to draw it out than it is to explain it, because it does get confusing when you talk about need merit, and then the ARPA funding behind it. So,
Thank you.
yeah. All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Guys.
Thank you for your time.
It was great. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day. All right. Next. The Connecticut State Higher Education System. Connecticut State colleges and universities. The whole crew came to visit us. Aw. Good to see you. Okay, so there's nobody left in the office. Good, good. We like seeing that. And I'm trying to see, are all the universities presidents here? Yep, there. This is awesome. We get this is great. Oh, you get your own mic from the other guys too. Okay, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning, good morning. So we are not going through those slides. I'm just going to tell you right now, we have a lot of individual questions from us about what's going on with our system. And I mean, you can refer to the slides if you want to, but I mean, pretty much this is really important for all of us about what is going on with our college system and making sure that our kids are getting the representation that they need in order to be successful. So in all seriousness, this is something that a lot of us have been talking about, and we've got some serious issues. And so it is about the kids, and it's about success, and it's not about each other and things like that. So I want to lay that groundwork right now in this going forward. So if you'd like to do some opening remarks, sir?
Yes,
It's not long remarks, right?
it's very short.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Somers, Representative Nuccio, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the invitation to appear before you today. I'm happy to be here today. Earlier this morning, CSCU announced a 6.2% spring over spring increase in enrollment at our universities and at CT State Community College. Additionally, just last week, Southern Connecticut State University earned a 2025 Carnegie Classification for Institutions of Higher Education, also known as the Carnegie Classifications, as a high spending and doctorate production research designation, Research 2, R2. This places Southern Connecticut State University among an elite group of research-driven universities nationwide. Southern is the state's first and only R2 designated university and one of only 139 institutions in the country, which is a significant achievement for prospective students interested in research-driven careers. Neither of those achievements happen without you, our legislature, and I want to thank you, this committee, for its support for public higher education. I also want to acknowledge Governor Lamont and the Office of Policy and Management for their support as well. I am joined today by Dr. Lloyd Blanchard, our Interim Vice President for Administration and CFO, and Adam Joseph, our Vice Chancellor for External Affairs. We look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And that, first of all, congratulations to Dr. Smith back there. That was a great recognition, and I congratulate all the presidents so for the work. And the 6% increase that you talked about, was that across all universities, or is that just in total?
That is the average for the entire system, all institutions, all campuses.
So you'll be giving us the data on the increases
Absolutely.
going forward on that. I mean, that speaks volumes to the fact that at the thought of losing any of the opportunities to our institution, many people quickly engage because they know that this is the only way that they're going to really make a change in their life, both for the young and for the old.
Yes.
So that tells everybody, the legislature and the General Assembly and the governor, how important it is for support to be directly given to our higher education system. On that note, what is your student population right now?
Our student population is just over 66,000 students.
66
full-time
within the
undergraduate.
CT State and CSU and Charter Oak.
That is correct.
Okay, all right, okay. Questions? I'm not going to start. I'm going to let some of my colleagues. Representative Haddad.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time to be with us. I appreciate your abbreviated opening statement, perhaps even more. I wanted to start, I did look at your slide deck earlier, and first I'm going to make a comment and a request, and then I'll get into specific questions about your slide deck. One is, for me, it has always been a challenge to sort of figure out how to budget appropriately for higher education, because we're not looking at the entirety of your budget the way we do other state agencies, right? You have revenue streams and expenditures that go well beyond what we see in our state budget, which is essentially a subsidy to the system or to UConn or to all of the entities that pays for a portion but not all of your operation. So first I wanted to ask if it would be possible for you and your institutions to share your most recent quarterly update for your budget for each of your individual institutions, and whatever projections you might have to the end of the year, and to the extent that you have begun formulating a budget for next year, what that budget would could look like next year. And I understand that there are big question marks for you in that question, particularly on the revenue side, in terms of our own allocation, the loss of the ARPA dollars, those sorts of things. But it seems to me like you should have some handle on a projection for what you anticipate spending next year in terms of current services sort of view, which is what we see in other places. And I think if we can provide that to OFA, then we should be able to build that into an analysis that I had previously done that would show what those expenditures and those revenue streams look like over time. And I think that just provides context for everybody on our subcommittee. That would be helpful. That being said, on slide 9, I think, and 10 and 11, you begin to talk about sort of in a relative way where you are compared to last year. And you talk about, on these slides, $95 million target for for deficit mitigation. And I wanted to ask you if you could speak specifically about how you're achieving, how you plan to achieve that mitigation, and how much might be left over after you reach for that target. If you can attain that target, how much you might have left over to cover, if that's all you can do.
Thank you for the question, Representative. We can certainly, just for your first comment, we can certainly provide current fiscal year updates in terms of quarterly expenditures versus revenues, projection versus actual. Right now, we'll actually be presenting that data to our Finance Committee of the Board of Regents very soon. And so we're going to be more than happy to provide that to the legislature as well, so that you have the same information that our Board of Regents has for full transparency. And obviously for our upcoming expenditures for FY26 and FY27, we can speak to some of that now. Specifically to your question regarding the budget deficit mitigation, we continue to wrestle with the loss of one-time funding and ARPA dollars. That is where the majority of our shortfall comes from. And we hope to mitigate that budget deficit. First and foremost, we're very happy and proud that our revenues will be a bit stronger because of the increased enrollment. That is always a good thing. Clearly, we are going to be using our reserves as well. And we're going to be using them more heavily than we might have in the past, simply because we recognize that this is a very serious situation, and that if we have reserves, that they must be put into use, when possible, to help serve our institutions and our students. And ultimately, there will be further reductions on top of the reductions that we have already done for FY24 and FY25, which relates to our part-time staffing has been significantly impacted by those reductions and will continue to be. And we will continue to find more efficiencies and try to evolve our services in other ways to achieve a level of savings without creating significant damage to the student experience, because ultimately we are not going to maintain enrollment stability if we ultimately cut so far that we hurt the student experience as well as our faculty and staff experience, because they're the front line with our students. So those are the broad strokes, Representative, but we can clearly give you more detail because we do have detailed plans.
Thank you. And if I could just reiterate, I mean, what I'd really like to see is the deficit the budgets for each of the individual institutions,
Yes.
not just the aggregated number.
Yes.
Because it just helps me sort of contextualize things. And I guess it would be the 6 institutions plus something that represents what you're doing at the system office,
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
And then just to be clear, I mean, so deficit mitigation, so the increased enrollment that you referred to earlier, which is, I think, really good news. I think it's really good news for a couple of reasons. One is that students in Connecticut are realizing what a bargain our state institutions can be compared to a lot of their other options. And that helps. And it also just adds additional revenue for you. So that additional revenue above, like, I don't know what your baseline is, right? I know if you plan for growth or if you plan for zero enrollment changes, where a reduction in enrollment means a deficit, and then any increase in enrollment becomes additional revenue that gets applied to your deficit mitigation plan. Is that, so the additional revenue is part of your deficit mitigation plan?
That is correct,
for
sir.
tuition and reserves. And I guess I would just say, I really want to make sure we understand where you are with your reserves and how much of those are going into these, meeting this deficit mitigation. Because reserve, of course, is just one-time revenue of from a different source. It's a short-term plan. It's a short-term cover
That's right.
for the mitigation. So being able to sort of understand where you are and how much reserves you have and how long you can sustain that would be very helpful to us. And so I appreciate you bringing all that information to the working group. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Slatt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you. And I just have a couple of questions. I'm going to do kind of rapid fire, and then I'll just stop and let you answer. First, in terms of your overall enrollment strategy, we know that the legislature separated the PAC program. Now that the Hanley Awards, in terms of those, are designated for the community college students. And I'm wondering if you can speak to just the importance of that, specifically how it relates to enrollment. And then also with the Roberto Willis that we've been talking about that earlier, that it's my understanding if we do nothing and we lose the ARPA funds, we will see a significant cut to Willis. And that we need to appropriate, I think it's about 18 million or something about that, just to kind of stay where we are. There is a bill, Senate Bill 5, that contemplates a large increase to Willis, and essentially saying that every eligible student would get Willis funding. And right now we know about 2/3 of eligible students do not get Willis funding. So I wonder if you could speak to the importance of that, or do you see how is that connected to enrollment and to your goals? So both on the PAC, Hanley on the community college side, and then the Willis on the non-community college side. So that's kind of one question. And then one that's not really related, but certainly very important to your bottom line is we know that the Trump administration sent this letter to all the schools and colleges and said that you have, 14 days to eliminate all diversity programs or you might lose federal funding. I would love to hear your reaction to that and is this like DEFCON 4 for you? Like how stressed are you about that? What changes, if any, do you need to make or are contemplating making to protect federal funds at the same time, kind of adhere to the values that I think, many of us believe in when it comes to diversity? Thanks for your answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that very much. I'll speak to your first question regarding the Marianne Hanley Award, formerly known as PACT. It has been absolutely instrumental to the success of CT State Community College in recent years. Without the Marianne Hanley Award, I don't even want to think about where our community college enrollment might be. If you look at slide number 8 in our deck, you can see that we have awarded over 23,000 Marianne Hanley Awards in the past few years, and that is enormous. That is absolutely enormous. And again, so much credit goes not only to our CT State faculty and staff and administrators, but to this legislature for creating that program and continuing to find ways to fund it sufficiently. So every dollar that goes into that program goes back to students and goes back to a strong system. So we cannot speak about how important that program is enough. In terms of Willis, if you look at slide 7 in our deck, and even before that, slide 6 in our deck, you can see that our students have enormous financial need. And you can see that federal aid need is up by $17 million since FY23. And the Hanley and PACT need has gone up by $11.5 million and so forth. The total amount of need that our students has is only going up. It is only going up. So I would argue that any increase to the Willis support is going to have a direct and significant impact on our enrollment. But most importantly, I don't want to just speak about enrollment, about helping students. This money goes to students. If they choose to come to our universities and our institutions, we're very happy about that. But ultimately, it is going back to the residents of Connecticut, and it will be a big deal.
And can you touch on the
yes,
second
sorry.
part of that as well? Because,
Apologies, sir.
Can I
Thank
just
you.
ask, I'm sorry, have you given the colleges and CT State guidance on how you are going to proceed going forward with that, because of the fact that I'm sure that is something that is critical for them to understand how are they going to operate?
Are we talking about?
About the letter from,
Oh, yes. So I am not afraid to be vulnerable for a moment and say that these past few weeks have been the most maybe remarkable in my career and many of our colleagues' careers. We have never experienced something like this, and many of us have decades of experience working in public higher education and higher education. We have been
Have you,
respond-
have you, it's a yes or no. Have you given guidance out to the schools?
Yes, we have.
You have. Okay, could you send that to us, please?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to, we got a lot of people, so I just want,
Sure,
not to
sure,
kind of
sure.
cut you off. Sorry.
Uh,
Go
If-
ahead, Senator, I'm sorry.
I'll answer the senator's question, which is that we have been in real time analyzing, processing, and creating guidance and direction for our institutions with our general counsel, our compliance officers, and all of our officers across the system when it comes to Title IX, DEI, and now ultimately this dear colleague letter coming from the education department. And so we're doing an assessment right now in terms of what the loss of federal funding would mean in a variety of factors. According to an assessment done by CT State Community College alone, again, we haven't fully calibrated and scrubbed all this out yet, but that loss could be upwards of $115 million for one institution alone. Eastern is currently estimating about a $25 million loss. So this would be devastating, and we look forward to working with the legislature, the attorney general, and the executive branch in terms of aligning so that we can try to protect our institutions, protect our system, and ultimately protect our students.
Thank you. Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering, of your 66,000 students, can you tell me how many of them are in the community college system and how many are in the university?
So in terms of the head count,
Mhm.
we can get you specific enrollment data, but the head count when it comes to full-time enrollments, I believe CT State Community College is approximately 30,000, 35,000, but in terms of the number of individuals that they serve, full-time and part-time, that's well into the 60,000s. And then you can basically do a breakdown from there as well. In total, individual students that we serve is approximately 85,000, both full-time and part-time for credit and non-credit as well.
Okay, because you had said it was 66,000 approximately, so if 35,000 of them are at their community college, and I'm doing the simple math here, I'm looking at about 31,000 in the university system.
That's right.
Okay, and that doesn't include the part-time. So if you can have those, those numbers, I would appreciate that. I think you answered it on the slide, but for the debt-free community college, the PACT program, do you know how many students a year are served under the 28,500 number?
How many individuals are served every year?
With the PACT,
We
yeah.
can get you exact information, but I want to estimate that it is approximately about 11,000 awards.
Okay. So listening to what you were saying here, and I appreciate the 6.2% increase. You know, I'm a huge advocate for our community college systems across the board. And I know there has been some recent announcements about going from 12 campuses to 7 campuses. And I'd heard some questions or issues from existing presidents. And I'm wondering if you can kind of talk about how that's going to work, and how we're going to evaluate the presidents that we currently have for those 7 slots. What's going to happen with that?
Sure. Is President Maduco with us yet? Okay, so I can speak to this, and if President Maduco comes in, and we can get you a more detailed breakdown as well. So I want to be clear that we are not going from 12 community college campuses to 7 campuses. We are maintaining all campuses open, all locations, and all sites of teaching open. What this is a leadership model change, going from 12 individual campus leaders to 7 campus leaders. So what is going to happen is there will be a national search that CT State will be conducting, and that all current campus CEOs and presidents are able to apply for those open positions, because there will be a campus realignment in terms of which campuses one leader may oversee. Some campuses will continue to be one single campus with one single campus leader. And ultimately, the goal is to shrink the size of management, to reduce managerial overhead, but also to create an amalgam and a fluidity of resources and opportunity for our students. This is a model that is actually national. And if you look at some of the most successful community colleges in the country, they exercise this model, whether it's Ivy Tech and other very prominent, powerful institutions. And so ultimately, we are trying to achieve numerous things. Number one is to manage our resources thoughtfully, to try to streamline them and to create a reduction in the management size and expenditures. Number two is to create more efficiency and organization with the realignment of leadership. And number three is to, again, create a level of fluidity, because right now, let's just say if one campus is lacking resources, maybe there's a facility shortage, maybe there's academic, power shortages, right? We need to move people around. With the 12 campus model, it is not efficient to do that, right? But with one leader being able to kind of steward those activities, we are going to be able to bring more resources to our students in a more nimble fashion.
Okay, I guess my only real concern there is if we have high-performing presidents right now, why would we make them go through a national search? And what is that going to do to your, if you're doing this to consolidate and you're going to do a national search, what are the odds that you're going to get people to do the job at the salary that you currently have? So why would we take existing presidents who are doing a good job and tell them that they have to jump through all these hoops to keep their job? And rather than go through and rate them and get rid of the lowest performers.
I understand the question. What I would say is that this is an effort, and President Maduco and our team will provide more detailed answers for the committee later on. But what I would say is that this is a reorganization. This is not because of performance of any individual or group of individuals. This is about reorganizing the institution and its multiple campuses through a leadership model that ultimately we believe will be beneficial for the system and for the institution. And thus, the talent that we want to attract to this institution, by doing a national search, we believe we can draw some very high-level talent from across the country, but also allow our current talent base to be a part of that process. So it really is about balance and equity, and it is not about trying to judge current individuals who, may or may not be at a certain level.
Well, I think part of the problem there is that we're devaluing the presidents that we have by telling them they have to go through this. And I'm going to be honest, looking at a national search, no offense, sir, but looking at your contract and the stuff that came with that, that's a large expense. It is a large expense when we start saying we're going to look nationally for people to come and work in the state of Connecticut. And, I want to make sure, no offense, that they're working in the state of Connecticut, right? So this is I just have some concerns with kind of how this is doing, what this is going to do with our existing campus presidents and the work that they're doing, their familiarity with the organizations that they're helping to run, and what kind of new expense we're going to bring in by having a national search. And I'm looking at your slide that you had up there with the balance of how much financial aid is needed in that. I'm probably going to be the person that's in this room that's going to say, what are we doing to lower the cost of higher education, right? Some of these national contracts, et cetera, the stuff that is in the contracts. But the admin, we're so admin heavy in higher ed. So what are we doing so that pie chart up there of showing everybody who has that need, how are we lowering the cost of education? Because there's two things that you said that, I have a very different opinion of other people. I don't care how many people sit in that seat. I don't care how many times you say it. Everybody knew ARPA was one-time money. Everybody knew it. This is not a surprise. It is not like a gotcha. It is not a, hey, we gave it to you, we're pulling the rug from underneath you. It was one-time money. The fact that it was chosen to be used for extendable expenses is a problem that was done with the leadership of these schools, right? It's one-time money. It was, nobody ever said we were going to be able to fund it all. And the second thing is, maybe I'm a mean mom, but at the end of the day, I have a doctor, a nurse, and a state trooper, right? College is not an experience. You're not paying $100,000 to go to school to have an experience. You are going to get a degree that is going to help facilitate you for the rest of your life for a career. Honestly, I didn't tell my kids I was paying for an experience for them in college. There's a purpose for it. And to me, I want it to be affordable. I want it to be affordable for everybody. I want the packed. I want to see more kids getting in. I want more kids in the community college than I have in the universities for the first 2 years, right? I want it to be the feeder. I want community colleges to be our workforce development. I want to see Roberto Willis, which I didn't see it coming down at all looking in the numbers here, so I was a little confused by that. But PACT, Roberto Willis, the things that we're doing, the student loan repayment programs, all of these things to make college affordable. What are we doing? What are you doing, sir, to make our Connecticut state colleges and universities more affordable, cost less money, and have less administration?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. And I agree with many of your positions, right? We do need to keep college affordable for our students. And I think that is demonstrated by the fact that first and foremost in this biennium proposal that we are freezing tuition in this biennium proposal. We do not look to increase tuition and put the burden of our costs on the backs of our students. That's the first thing I would note. The second thing I would note is that since FY19, our budget expenditures have gone down by $100 million. That includes $60 million in reductions of spending. And again, this is something that has been incredibly painful, but the presidents behind me and the administrators that are in the room today, I'm very proud of the way they have all pulled together as a team to try to find ways to be more efficient and to reduce spending and to reduce costs. Because when we do that, we keep the burden of expenditures off of our students as well. And we will continue to evolve that. You'll see in our biennium proposal that yes, we are asking for more support from the legislature, but that also includes almost another $80 million in spending reductions. So by the time we have finished, if our proposal were to become reality, we would have taken over $130 million in spending out of our budget in approximately 4 years. And so I think we are being very prudent and responsible with our expenditures and trying to manage our budget. We're trying to use those reserves. To Representative Haddad's point, that is one-time funding that we're trying to use to balance our budgets right now. We have been encouraged by OPM, we've been encouraged by the legislature, and we've been encouraged by our own board to do that. And we are thus following the guidance and direction of all of our state leaders. And if I may, Representative, I just want to say that I do an immense amount of work and I spend an incredible amount of time in Connecticut. I do indeed work in Connecticut. My primary residence with my family, my 2 daughters and my wife, is 6 minutes away from the border of Connecticut. And I have a second residence in Hartford, about 5 minutes away from here by car. So I spend a great deal of time serving the state of Connecticut. I'm very proud to do so.
I appreciate that. If you can bring the $100 million reduction, I would love to see where that is in your budget and where those dollars have come down since 2019. If you can bring that to the work group, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chancellor, you said that you live in Connecticut now?
I have a primary residence in New York and I have a secondary residence in Hartford.
Okay. How long have you had the second residence?
I've had the secondary residence since I began this appointment.
Okay. Senator Austin.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back to the PAC program, the debt-free college, for a little bit of time. And I show in the governor's recommended budget, $28,500,000. And you requested $34,150,000. Can you tell me what the difference in the program that makes?
Do you want to speak to that?
Senator Austin, the difference is the PAC expansion of about $5.7 million.
And that expansion would,
That expansion, I'm sorry,
go ahead, that expansion would be relative to?
the expansion of the base PAC funding that was provided by this committee and the General Assembly. That expansion was not included in the governor's budget for FY26.
Okay. I think PAC is, the debt-free community college has been instrumental in a sea change in this, in the state of Connecticut. I am not somebody that necessarily believes college is the answer, and probably being at the higher ed committee is the one time when I should not be saying that, but I really like the certification programs that you have, the manufacturing pipeline programs that you have, the nuclear energy programs supported by Dominion that you have. I think those all provide a good base jobs for people. I was lucky enough to sit on a round table this morning with the president of the Fed Reserve Bank in Boston. And the one thing they talked about was relative to our low unemployment, directly reflective of the manufacturing pipeline and other pipeline initiatives like the healthcare pipeline. As you all know, this is a portable, scalable program that is looked at across the state of Connecticut with over 20 traditional high schools involving themselves in the manufacturing pipeline in conjunction with Quinebaug Valley and Three Rivers. As a matter of fact, both NFA and Thompson schools were there to talk about the change that they were seeing for their students. Do you look at programs that you have in community college, in particular in the debt-free community college, that look at the ability for someone to get a job? As someone who was a community college person after my time in the Army, what that did for me was provide me with a base, and jobs are really what, to me, are the most important component of this. Does every program you have a trajectory towards a middle-class job without the need to go further in education? And I think there are many job classifications, your job. Tony's a social worker, and a number of other people here that have jobs that need that higher education.
Mhm.
But not every student is neither wants nor needs that higher education to get a good paying job. Do you look at that workforce trajectory?
So what I can tell you, Senator, is that where our students land, where our student talent will go is absolutely part of the evaluation, the analysis that our faculty and our staff do on programs right now. I will ask Dr. Maduko and his team to provide more specific
He's
details.
here now. He did come in.
Oh, okay.
He's back there. He's got a scooter now. He's taking over my position on scootering.
So I don't know if President Maduka wants to come up to answer that, but if you will, he's got a broken leg, so we're going to
I
give
know
him a
that's
minute.
that
will
was me last year. So
Let me say quickly while he's coming up here that I know that the CT State Senate and the faculty and the staff have done an incredible job these past few years in terms of analyzing programs and changing them. They've taken many programs that were ultimately outdated or did not have pathways, as you've noted, and either combined them, eliminated them, changed them, or created new programs so that ultimately students, when they on-ramp into these programs, whether they are credit or non-credit, will ultimately have life and career sustaining wages attached to them in particular industries. But I'll let President Maduko speak further to that.
Good afternoon. John Maduko, CT State President. Senator Austin, great question. Through advisory board committees, partnerships with our faculty, partnerships with our industry, partnerships with the regional workforce boards, we strive for all of our programs to be tied to not only gainful employment, but a family sustaining wage in the state of Connecticut. However, not all jobs in the state of Connecticut provide a sustainable wage, right? And that's where the work in advocacy in partnership with everyone in this room and beyond has to continue to help our employers and industry partners recognize that, right? I think too often when we mention certificate jobs, those certificates are great starting points. The majority of our students are enrolled in associate degree programs because that provides the greatest opportunity to secure that family sustaining career here in the state of Connecticut. For example, our nursing program, you mentioned Three Rivers. We're launching an LPN program at our Quinebaug Valley campus. You know, the average starting salary for our graduates as registered nurses is $86,000 a year in the state of Connecticut. We know that hitting that $47,000 a year mark minimum, right, to really hit that livable wage is key. The expectation and challenge that we have at CT State Community College is when people are asking us to launch programs that do not lead to a family sustaining wage, our response is we can't do that because you would encourage a loved one or family member to take on something that isn't going to pay your bills and your livelihood, right? So I think that's That's the balance. There's a lot of available jobs out there right now here in the state of Connecticut. Not all of them pay a living wage. I think that has to be the measure by which we're assessing our programs, but ultimately those pathways and those inroads for our students and graduates.
So I appreciate you bringing up the certification programs that you have in community colleges. And my understanding is the certification programs are not included in the debt-free community college. Is that your understanding also?
Yes, per federal guidelines, right? Because remember, our debt-free community college program requires first and foremost our students apply for the FAFSA, so that's the federal financial aid.
Right,
And then whatever the feds don't cover, right, we are the last dollar, right?
right.
Many of our short-term certificate programs are not eligible for Title IV funding at the federal level. So that's the struggle that our students and our college face, that often those students have to dip into their pockets to shell out thousands of dollars to even enroll in those short-term certificate programs.
So if we changed the debt-free community college to incorporate non-FAFSA certification, what would that lead to as a cost? What would we have to put into, and I don't need an answer today, if you would look at that, because I'm, you know, if someone can't lay out thousands of dollars, your nuclear energy program that is paid for by Dominion, your manufacturing pipeline, focusing through EWIB, these are things that provide students and people with those family supporting wages in jobs that are decent salaries with benefits. And so, I mean, when I last talked to the nuclear energy folks, and Dr. Sherrard, who I always call out when we
Yes,
talk about
absolutely.
Three Rivers, he's a fantastic person. $95,000, $97,000 a year, starting pay
Yes.
with the nuclear energy program. These are things that I am well on board for. So if you could get those numbers to the working group, what would we need to do to both change the legal interpretation or the language that sets up the debt-free college and what that cost would be?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I have a number of different questions, and since President Maduco, you were just finishing speaking, maybe I'll direct this first one to you. I frequently hear from Governor Lamont that your institutions, both the state universities and the community college, do not have great graduation rates. And I wonder if you could enlighten us and potentially the governor about what a successful measure is of an outcome for a community college student and why community college graduation rates are traditionally lower than they are for four-year universities.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Senator Flexer. You know, for starters, when you look at Connecticut State Community College and how we rank up with the other 5 New England states, we rank up there with them in terms of our performance. That's one. I think two, from a contextual standpoint, at least 70% of our students are part-time. And they're part-time because they work, they're part-time because they're police officers and CNAs and electrical line workers and et cetera. So, you know, sheer arithmetic tells you they're not going to graduate in 2 years, it's going to take them longer. Next, when it comes to the students we serve, the majority of students that enroll at CT State want to transfer to a 4-year institution. And for at least 30 years in this country, from any community college, you don't have to have an associate's degree to transfer to your university. You just need to be quote unquote core complete. So when you factor in all of these variables, right, it doesn't skew the data, but enlightens why on paper it looks like we have low graduation rates. Additionally, the measures by which the state of Connecticut is using to assess graduation rate for community colleges is referred to as IPEDS, right? That's the national measure that all institutions of higher education utilize. IPEDS only accounts for 9% of the students we serve, because IPEDS is first-time, full-time college students. 70% of our students are part-time, therefore they are not accounted in the IPEDS data, right? And so often we measure success solely by graduation, and that's wrong, right? A lot of our students are non-degree seeking students because they're currently enrolled at the universities here in Connecticut. and they want a more affordable anatomy and physiology or organic chemistry, right? So, we ask that the full complement of the students we serve, the diversity of their backgrounds and their course of study be factored in to really assess our success. But again, when you stack us up against the surrounding states, including New Jersey and New York, we're up there in student success metrics in terms of retention, persistence, graduation, transfer, and ultimately gainful employment.
Thank you. And in your presentation, you detail reductions in staffing. Can you tell me what the student to faculty ratio now is across your institutions as a result of the reduction in staffing?
The student to faculty ratio is still at a per institution calculation. We can get you an amalgamated calculation at a later time. I don't have that information right now.
Okay, great. It would be great to both have that information for every single institution and a breakdown of every single institution's budget, including the 12 campuses of the community colleges. Next, I have a few more questions that are a little less kind. I'm just going to warn you. There are now not going to be on-site leaders of our community colleges. And for me, this is just further evidence that the merger of these systems has been a disaster for higher education in the state of Connecticut. And it's perhaps the last evidence of proof that you have taken the community out of community colleges. I am incredibly frustrated that there are going to be 7 floating leaders, some of which are going to have to cover 30, 40, 50, 60 miles of just straight line distance between one campus and another. I'd like to understand how you chose which campuses were going to be merged together. It looks a little political to me, frankly. So I'd like to understand how you broke down those 7 new leadership positions versus the 12 that we were supposed to continue to have.
Can I just jump in really quickly? On that question, this is not the group that created the separation of the community colleges and the CSCU. So,
I understand,
Oh,
but they're
okay.
the ones who've gone from 12 to 7
okay,
now.
okay.
And I'd like to understand how they did that.
I agree with that.
Thank you for the question. Regarding the rationale to go from 12 leaders to 7 leaders, it's part historical, it's part financial. We know that we have to continue to reduce our overall expenditures. Now that we're legally one community college, not 12 community colleges, we continue to reduce duplication of positions. When you look at the community colleges nationally, where there are multi-locations and campuses, you don't have a dedicated leader at every single location. That's actually not the standard. To our north in Massachusetts, a handful of the community colleges in Massachusetts are 4 and 5 campuses. They don't have a dedicated chief executive officer at each location because they're prioritizing those funding towards student-facing services. In terms of the split or the distribution of campuses, in terms of those 7 campus leaders, there is no distance greater than 30 miles for any of the pairings. So when you look at 3 Rivers to Quinnebog Valley, right, that is a 30, 35, maybe 40-minute drive. And I know people are saying, well, that's a lot. The expectation for my position as college president is I have to be everywhere regardless of what's going on. That includes weekends. That's the expectation for management across the board. We have to do more with less if that means we can prioritize resources towards campuses. So I'll give you an example. Some of the campuses we had, some of the colleges, the former community colleges we had here in Connecticut were considered satellite locations in other states in our country in terms of very small. Our Danbury location is nearly the same size as our Northwestern campus in Winsted. Additionally, and historically, we had campuses because of their size going without certain baseline amenities and services like public safety, like mental health. Our Northwestern campus in Winsted for decades went without any form of public safety except for an empty state patrol car. And our employees, our faculty, our staff, and community members had said repeatedly, we don't feel safe. When I took on this role, I asked the question, why not have public safety? Like we have this other locations. It's our size, it's our budget. And I said, absolutely not. So we hired a state police chief. We've expanded public safety across all of our locations, right? We are doing what we can within the confines of our budget, but also when you look through the community college lens, not the university lens, right? Especially my background. I came from a multi-campus institution as provost in Minnesota and as vice chancellor in Texas. The expectation of my former president and chancellor was, excuse my French, get your butt on the road and go check on your people. That's the expectation of management, period. Because we need more advisors, we need more public safety, we need more teachers. So if I had to do this all over again and make the decision, a reduction in management versus, increase in personnel lines and other services, I would make this decision again. And since my tenure, starting in June of 2022, we've reduced executive leadership to the tune of at least 34 positions and use that savings, right, towards mental health across all of our main locations, public safety. We have 7 childcare centers at CT State on 7 of our campuses. We subsidize that to the tune of $5 million a year because it will never pencil out, but it's mission driven. And we're looking to add childcare at Quinebaug Valley. That will come with the cost. So the savings that we do in management is necessary. And all members of management are going to have to do more. We have to. That's the expectation, especially in community colleges at our price point and the fact that we don't turn any students away. So I know that it is unpopular within the eyes of many individuals. But now that we're one unified institution, the expectation is no student, no employee, no campus, no community goes without. That means a campus president and the college president and the CFO and the chief of police and everyone at CT State has to get on the road and drive 40 minutes to serve our people and engage with our communities. We will continue to do that.
Thank you, but I don't think you answered my question. I asked you how you determined the pairings in the new consolidation.
So the pairings, Quinebaug Valley and Three Rivers have worked together closely historically for years, especially in the eyes of Electric Boat. Tunxus and Capitol are 15 minutes away from each other. Manchester is a comprehensive campus with all the amenities, things that Middlesex and Nantucket lack. So Manchester serves as the anchor for those 2 smaller campuses. Gateway remains our largest campus, right, serving nearly 8,000 students. Housatonic in Bridgeport and Danbury, that's being split up from Naugatuck Valley, they reside in Fairfield County. And we're hearing from the Danbury community, they want to be a standalone campus. They don't want to be paired with Naugatuck Valley anymore. Naugatuck Valley and Winstead, we're going to leverage Route 8. And again, we're not merging campuses. We're asking more of our leaders. We're not forcing a campus to do something another campus is doing. And then lastly, we understand that Norwalk, we're their place in Lower Fairfield County. It's Norwalk, it's Stamford, and it's NYC corridor. And strategically, they have to be left alone in that corner, of the state. So it was not political in terms of the pairings of the campuses. It was both financial, but also strategic, and also finally saying that now that we're legally a unified institution, right? We need to ask more of our members of management, executive management, beginning with me, to do more and provide service and support across the entire state of Connecticut.
Thank you. And if you could, I just fundamentally disagree. And I'm concerned that people are not going to be present on the campuses enough to advocate the way that these campuses need to be advocated for. And over the course of the last several years, and as you know, my vantage point is largely through Quinebaug Valley
Absolutely.
Community College. But there is not a lot of advocacy for things that had been huge successes in the past, like the advanced manufacturing program, the bureaucracy, the lack of support that various programs at that campus have had over the last several years. The fact that there isn't going to be one person who's there 5 days a week to advocate in this larger, huge bureaucratic system for that campus is deeply concerning. And so if you could bring to the working group, I'd love to know how many days you spent at each campus over the course of the last year. And I'd like to understand exactly how these new staffers, they'll be planned out for their work week in terms of how many days they're supposed to spend on each campus. And Chancellor Chang, if you could, it's very frustrating looking at this budget every year to see that the Board of Regents costs $500,000 when we all know that's not true. So can you please, for the working group, share a breakdown of the revenue that comes into the institutions and then goes back to the Board of Regents in its totality?
We can bring that information to the working group in detail, absolutely.
And is there a reason why we're not changing the way this works now that it is one system, so that we can see the true cost of the central office at the Board of Regents versus the cost of running the individual campuses in the community college?
So we can do a better job of breaking down that detail. the way our systems in the past have kind of qualified individuals working for the system. That changed a few years ago, and now we have a much cleaner view of who are system office employees, such as in my office or in academic affairs or in general counsel compliance and so forth. These are true university system-wide shared services versus the shared services that were concentrated specifically for CT State. So I do recognize that that has certainly been confusing in the past, and we will bring greater detail and clarity to unpack that.
Great. Can you provide it to us before the working group's actual meeting?
Yes.
So the first time we're looking at it is not during the meeting?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
then lastly, how much is this national search for the new campus leaderships of the community colleges going to cost?
The base cost or estimate is between $300,000 and $400,000, and that's something pretty customary with all presidential searches. So, I'm co-chairing a search at Southern. We have searches at Western, et cetera, in order to ensure that there is a competitive pool of applicants who are qualified and bring a wealth of experience. That's the going rate of higher education search firms currently in this country, because we recognize we're competing with other states, other systems across the country.
Okay, and if you could break that down versus what the savings you think is in going from 12 leaders to 7, that would be helpful.
Thank you. And adding on to that, I've never gotten a complete guide on your staffing, an organizational staffing chart. We've been working on that for a couple of years. I have several pages, but it doesn't connect to each other. I would like a complete organizational chart of the both systems, the CSCU and the state CT State. The other thing that in the savings for the going down to 7, we had a conversation, Mr. Maduco, about that, and I think you told me that you thought it was about $1 million in the savings. Okay, that's very important. I'd like Senator Flexer said, we'd like to see what that is and how you're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a couple of more, but I'll next is Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't ask a ton of questions. People probably have better questions than me, but you came before us not too very long ago, and I asked you about the impact of the way that you presented your budget to us on students. And today, you indicated that you were looking to do this without significant damage to the student experience. And I'm baffled as to how that statement lives with what really happens inside of your institutions. I've been a legislator since 2009. Prior to that, I was an activist, mostly focused on the things I focus on here: criminal justice, also higher education. I came to this building and suggested something that I don't think we were really thinking how deeply it impacted the systems of higher education, but the change in demographics in the state and what it would mean for our schools. That was a long time ago. We just have not adjusted. What we've been doing for the longest time is saying exactly what you all are saying. We'll figure it out. We'll do more with less, right? I engage you every single time since I've been here, the different people in the seat, but I engage you every single time on the fact that when we say we do more with less, that has real impact for the students that we have as the students that we educate in the state. So I'm curious as to how it's possible that the proposal that is before us doesn't do damage. I mean, I'm, adjacent to the experience every day. I see, the students in the system don't have the education that I got when I went through the system. It's because we made it a choice. And I know that people want to focus on the things that you've done in accountability, but there's a different type of accountability that's at play too. And you don't speak to this because you can't and should not. But if we really have a problem with what you did, then the accountability we should be talking about is with the Board of Regents. That's their job. And the responsibility there is on Capitol Avenue. because appointments to the Board of Regents come from Capitol Avenue. 9 in the other building, 4 in this building. No one talks about that. And because we have done things the way that we do them, because we have chosen to put the types of folks on the board that we have chosen to put on the board, because the focus is what it is, our focus is in education for that population that we've known about for a long time, that I was speaking about 16, 17, 18, 20 years ago. And so we sit here today and we're going to reduce what we do in this system. And let's be honest, it isn't about education. It's because we have a budget with some fixed costs, a lot of fixed costs. And the biggest, shiniest thing that you can cut is you. So when you answer my question about the experience of students, I hope that answer is not the kind of answer that seems to suggest to me and others that you're trying, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, that you're trying to play the game we might want you to play. I need your answer to tell me what the real experience is for those students and for you trying to manage those students. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And look, I agree with you. You know, I mean, I don't believe we are funding our system and supporting our students at the level that we need to and we deserve if we are serious about economic impact, workforce development, social mobility, if we're serious about our mission, our values of access, about trying to help people complete their degrees so that they can have generational impacts on their lives and their families' lives, I don't believe we are funding the system at the level it should be. I believe we could have, and this is alluding to a question that was asked earlier, I believe by Representative Nuccio, higher education as an industry could have, should have recognized the impending changes of demographics and started to make adjustments sooner. We didn't do that. We didn't do that at CSCU. We're doing everything we can now to try to make those changes as demonstrated by the reductions. That said, the reductions absolutely have an impact, sir. They absolutely have an impact. When we take away our staffing in mental health support or academic advising or career counseling or in adjunct teachers who might be filling in certain roles because of their expertise, and we hold up retention, we hold up persistence, we hold up graduation rates because of that. So I completely agree with you, sir, that there is an impact. We're doing everything we can to try to not completely damage and break that experience. I still fully believe that our faculty and staff are doing everything possible to hold the students harmless and give them the best high quality, affordable, accessible education. But I would be lying to you, sir, if I said that it did not have an impact and that it has not had an impact both operationally as well as psychologically and emotionally for the morale and for the people who are the lifeblood of our system. If it were up to me, sir, I would be up here right now, and instead of saying, I can mitigate $95 million in budget over 2 years, and that includes $40 million in cuts, I'd rather not be saying that. I'd rather be saying, this is how we drive and lift our people to the next level, because they are the workforce of Connecticut. They are the talent base of Connecticut, and none of our industries and none of our communities are going to be successful without them. And this is how much we need to invest in them. But given the zeitgeist of where we are right now, and now on top of that, the threat of losing federal funds, as I said earlier, this is the most extraordinary moment in almost all of our careers here in higher education. So I agree with you, sir. I would much rather be having that conversation about where we can add support so that students and our system and our state can be successful, as opposed to, as you said, kind of tap dancing on this high wire in a way that we are now.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just end with this, and I'm not looking for a response. What you just said, I agree with everything you just said, but when you all bring us a budget and all we see is what you're either asking us for or told you can ask us for, then we don't get to see that other part. And that always needs to be present in order for us to make an educated decision about what we're doing. This state has other options it's choosing not to use in order to fund a lot of stuff. And as we have these discussions, it is important to know what the full context is. So thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Representative Paris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chancellor, we go through this often. I'm not going to beat up on you. I'll leave. I want to focus on, on what I think is important. I concur with Senator Winfield that certainly we have issues with the Board of Regents. I believe that we have a Board of Regents, head of Board of Regents that doesn't live in the state as well. I think we also have other community college presidents, 3 out of 12 that don't live in the state of Connecticut. I know that we have many issues with you guys coming back and forth to us, asking us year after year after year, saying that you have to do more with less. Senator Winfield has been an activist for a long time. I can beat him in 2009. I was at Eastern Connecticut State University outside in the snow, railing against the Board of Regents with a tuition increase, a tuition hike that they were putting up. I was much thinner then. I'm sure there's a photo, but we don't need to get into that. I am, however, concerned, and I'm glad that you have seen a 6.2% increase in your enrollment. That's great. For many people who count out the system and say that the system is lagging in terms of interest, that there's no one who wants to go to school at any of our state institutions, that we're not marketing the school enough for that 6.2% to be there. It's better than a lot of other schools, university systems across the country. So I commend you on that. I am also, however, concerned, as I've said before, as I said last year, that we have kids who are hungry on your campuses. We have kids who don't have the wraparound services that they need. They don't have the career service counseling centers. They don't have counseling centers. They don't have updated dorms. And I believe that there's, $300 million that was allocated during the Malloy years. It still has not been released for bonding to help the presidents who sit behind you to rebuild dorms. I went to a school where they didn't have a dorm rebuilt since Richard Nixon was president. So again, we keep talking about all these things that we have to do. I want to know, how are you going to continue to do more with less? And these students and the presidents that you see behind you, we talk about these mitigation plans. Great. Bring me a mitigation plan. You tell me how Dr. Singh at Western Connecticut State University is going to cut any more people at Western Connecticut State University. How are we going to do this at Southern? Who else are we going to cut? Who else are we going to fire?
Representative Paris, we share your frustration. I speak for my presidents, my colleagues, our administrative team. We share your frustration. I will say that we are going to do everything we can to control what we can control and do our best to evolve. I will always hold myself and our system accountable for trying to, not just trying, we have to. Please let me correct myself. We have to evolve, we have to adjust, we have to change, and we have to adapt to the needs and the tendencies and the needs of the 21st century student and society. That is our responsibility. I believe we can, should, and will do more in that space. That said, I agree with you, Representative Paris. There isn't much more we can cut at some of these institutions. There really is not. We have gone through these budgets. Our presidents, our CFOs can tell you that when they submit things to us, we go back and we say, let's do it again. Let's review again. There is not much more we can cut without actually cutting into bone and doing that serious damage that we're talking about. We will not cut our way to success. You've heard me say it before. I will say it again.
Chancellor, I have to interrupt you. Unfortunately, we have cut our way to success. I don't understand how we continue not to fund a system that has a $22.5 billion per year impact on the state economy. I don't understand how 84,000 students in this state, 2.2 million of those students who are now alums that are in the workforce across the country and in our state, I don't understand how you think we haven't already cut our ways to success, sir.
I see your point, Representative. I would argue that what you just pointed to speaks to the indelible and truly remarkable impact of a system like ours. Regardless of who sits in these seats as presidents and chancellors, these systems are bigger than us as individuals, and those numbers alone show the kind of generational impact that these institutions can and will have. But I think if we are really serious about the next generation, our institutions right now, we are not left with many additional levers to pull if we are going to continue on any kind of positive trajectory.
I'm going to be mindful. I get very passionate about this system because the system, quite frankly, gave me the experience, much to what Senator Winfield alluded to earlier, that I have today as a working adult in this world. I know the power of this system and what it can do. I know that this system gave me family, friends, and guidance and a pathway when I didn't have that. And I know it's doing it for a lot of other students. So I'm going to make this very easy for everyone. For a system that has an $834 million per year impact on statewide earnings, this is unacceptable. For a system that has $1.1 billion per year in impact on state economic output, this is unacceptable. You keep talking about the federal government, and with all due respect, sir, yeah, we are definitely being hinged by the federal government. It's also on the state government. It's on every person up here as well. So I'm going to make this very easy for all of us. When you come back to the working group, sir, I like to see some more information in terms of the expansion of the food pantries, the career service centers, and addressing the student needs beyond academics, those wraparound services. I want to know, with the financial constraints that this system is facing right now, how your system will maintain or expand these critical student services moving forward. Furthermore, the last thing I would like to also see is the specifics on how these inefficiencies in terms with regards to your mitigation plan, how that can be implemented without impacting the quality of education. Because if you keep telling me and everybody else in this state that we're still trying to cut while include success for our students and for our faculty and staff, I'm going to call BS on that, sir. And I hope that we can do better, not only for you, but for the 84,000 students that we serve. Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, sir. Next, Representative Huxell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, just one or two quick questions for the panel before us, and this could be answered by Chancellor Chang or whoever has the answer. Similarly to what Representative Paris just brought up, I was also made aware of some decaying infrastructure at one of the campuses. I believe it was Western Connecticut State University. There's no reason to hide that. And it was very concerning, and I think any reasonable person would see that and say, I mean, how could he have ceilings falling apart and mold everywhere and stuff like that? And I'll take that person at his word that that's really what's going on. And I'm sure everybody's sympathetic to those types of issues and getting those things fixed. My question to you is there any other revenue alternative that you've explored for specifically for those types of issues? Forget about anything else, just things like that, right? I've been using this expression a lot lately, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I sometimes have referred to it as Pavlov's hierarchy of needs. That's a different individual with a different complex of sorts. But so if students and faculty and nobody can, learn and do what they need to do in that institution, if it's literally falling apart. So I'm sympathetic to stuff like that, of course. That's a no-brainer. So my question is, though, there's probably many different other things that many other stakeholders and interested parties feel just as strongly about funding and, getting money to. So we constantly get put in this situation where we're having to prioritize things or having to just make it work, right? So my question to you is, I guess I need to come up with a question here, and I do actually have one. And the question is that, have you explored any other revenue alternatives for specifically those types of needs, infrastructure needs on your campuses?
Thank you for the question, Representative. We absolutely share your concern at Western Connecticut State University and other campuses and institutions. Every single campus and institution has, unfortunately, a story similar to the one that you just recounted. It is for a different committee of the legislature, but I can tell you that as of today, we have over $460 million in bonding funds that were approved by the legislature but have never been allocated. And that includes for projects at Western Connecticut State and others. And so unfortunately, when we talk about snakes at Middlesex Community College that come out when it rains too much, when we talk about bug infestations in the walls at certain campuses, when we talk about the dilapidation, that has a direct impact on our institutions. And so the legislature has stepped up. The legislature has approved hundreds of millions of dollars in funds, but we have not received any funding there. Have we looked at other resources to try to address those situations? We have. Ultimately, these are state-owned properties, and that's why we go through the process of bonding and trying to secure capital funds. When we do not receive those funds, it is incumbent upon us to try to address those situations so that they do not metastasize into further health and safety concerns. We have had to use approved deferred maintenance funds. It should be going to regular maintenance, but we've been using them to kind of put Band-Aids on major wounds of our buildings because that ultimately could become an even more significant health and safety concern. So it does have a cascading negative effect, as you have noted. But ultimately, it is hard to find outside sources to address the needs and repair of state-owned properties.
Thank you, Chancellor. Just sort of a little follow-up to that. Do you, what is the reason that you believe that those bonds have been held up? It sounds to me like, if that opportunity is offered, then why has it taken so long? I believe someone on this committee noted that a lot of that money has been tied up since the Malloy administration. Do you believe there's a particular reason for that? Is there something you can suggest to us that we could do to release, the money in the bonding? Because I would assume that your ask would be a lot less, right? If you had a guarantee that that money was going to come to you. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Representative. I can't speak to the decisions that are made by the Bonding Commission and the members of the Bonding Commission. All I can speak to is that there is extreme need and that ultimately we are willing to obviously be as transparent as possible about what the impacts of this work is on our students and our campuses and how we believe that it is still a necessary investment in health and safety concerns and a good investment when it comes to the infrastructure that helps our people to teach and learn.
Thank you. Senator Kushner.
Thank you. And so much has been said by my colleagues, and I appreciate what's been said about Western Connecticut State University. And, it's so wonderful to have Representative Paris here as a great example of the kind of students that we have and the success that they have going on in life. But I will say that my experience representing Danbury and the surrounding area, we see students like Representative Paris every day in our various businesses, firms that are really essential to our economy in Western Connecticut. We see these students who would have no other option if it were not for Western Connecticut State University. We have a community in Danbury that, as most people know, are more than 50% of our population living in Danbury are defined as Alice residents who are really having struggles to make ends meet. And their kids would not be able to attend college if it were not for Western Connecticut State University. I want to speak to a little bit about the instability we've had in WestConn for a number of years, and it seems like we are on track for more stability. We've had instability of our leadership of the campus. Now we have a president who I believe wants to stay and is interested in continuing. So we would have more than every 2 years a turnover of our leadership. But we also have seen over the last 2 years, we've seen growth and increase in our student population, our enrollment. And that's tremendous progress for us coming from where we were with so many challenges. What I'm concerned about is that we had projected a deficit in a budget gap of, I believe it was $25 million for fiscal year 26 and 26 million for fiscal year 27. That's been cut nearly in half. And we are now looking at $10 million deficit for 26 and a $12 million deficit for 27. My question is, and it's really similar to what's been asked, how do we possibly do that without impacting the students? And if we do take those steps, and if we require further cutting at WestConn, and I believe what's been done so far has been with minimal impact on the students, really looking on how we cut money out of the budget without really damaging the student population. I don't see how we do that over the next 2 years. In the next period, if we are required to do that, then I believe we're going to see a setback that will result in a decline in enrollment, which will be back to where we started from. So I would like to know specifics on how you see us being able to meet that requirement, or if you feel that there is a magic number that would meet the needs of the students and of our community, other than that cut that's being projected. If there is a goal for what the budget should look like for WestConn, I think we need to know that and would like to see that in before we meet in the working group. I am really pleased that you raised that Representative Hoxha raised the issue of physical plant. I know that's another committee, that's not this committee, but it contributes to the challenges that we have in this committee to meet the needs of the students when we have buildings that we're not able to use, dorms that we're not able to use because the physical plant the infrastructure is so bad. So it does relate to what we're trying to do here as well. So I really appreciate the institution. As you know, I'm a big supporter. I attend as many of the functions as I can at Western Connecticut State University because I feel like it's that important to our community and the growth and success of our future generation. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I want to take a moment, since you mentioned it, I want to thank you and all of our legislators who do take an enormous amount of time to come to events and to be physically there to support and to engage with our students, with our faculty, whether it's at legislative breakfasts or events or commencement ceremonies. Your presence is deeply appreciated and felt. I'm not going to tell you anything that you don't already know, but I want to kind of double down on that. And, listen, good, bad, or ugly, I'm always going to be honest with folks, right? We know that Western specifically serves nearly 1,000 Danbury residents right now. Okay, out of our 4,000 students who attend Western, about a quarter of them come directly from the city of Danbury. We know that Danbury High School is one of the only really, force multiplying high schools in the state right now in growing in enrollment. We're trying to serve as many of them as possible. And to your point, we also know that the state of our facilities has a direct impact on enrollment. And so when we're spending deferred maintenance on capital projects, because we have water leakage or damage in a way, if a student comes that we're trying to recruit and they see that, why would they want to come to us when they don't see an environment that they find is hospitable? But I want to speak to your points about stability, about enrollment and so forth. I have to give the Western team specifically, leadership all the way down to the most entry-level person that might have just joined. They are a remarkable group that does so many things. And I know this might make Senator Winfield and Representative Paris a little angry, but they do so much with so little. And they do it because of love. They do it because of pride. They do it because of passion. Thank you, sir.
Well, I just want to say that the other very specific group that really enhances the experience are the faculty.
Absolutely.
And the faculty have taken some big hits.
Yes, they have.
And they really, they continue, even at times when morale is low, they continue to really serve the population and to really go above and beyond. And so I do appreciate the role of the faculty in really making sure that we have this increase in enrollment. And
Yes.
and they should be acknowledged here as well.
You're 100% correct, and I give the faculty so much credit as well because they continue to rise up and serve our students. It has been very hard to achieve stability because there is a history that we have inherited, yes, but we're in the seats right now. It is our responsibility, it is our job. It doesn't matter if we were here or not. But let it be known that in 2015, the reserves of Western were over $25 million. And when I took the seat here, it was $1 million. The reserves had been completely drained. We are down to operating levels in certain spaces at Western where there is one on-ground mental health counselor for a population of 4,000 students. We have the thinnest facilities and grounds crew for a 2-campus institution, and they have continued to just tie girders together with strings, right? Because they are doing it for their institutions, but that is not sustainable. It is absolutely not sustainable. And I don't want to bury the lead here. We are clearly here to ask for your support. The institution, the system needs your support for us to continue to find that stability, to find that balance. We are working with a lot of history, but it doesn't matter. We have to deal with what's here right now. How can we cut even more? There is not much more to cut. Right. And that is why we are here with our ask for the legislature today. The enrollment changes will continue to evolve. We think that there is real opportunity here, and we have to, and this is where, again, I say that we as leaders have to own the responsibility. We cannot depend on the number of 17 and 18-year-olds who are ready for college anymore. We have to look at adult learners. We have to look at dual and concurrent enrollment. We have to look at online. We have to look at out of state even more at Western. There are other areas where we can bolster our enrollment further. And this has been a charge that has come from my office to our presidents, and the increase in the enrollment that we have seen this year is in large part due to those efforts, as well as to the efforts of this legislature through the PAC program and through the auto admit program that was created a few years ago. That auto admit program last year had 3,000 applicants. As of today, it has over 14,000 applicants in the auto admit program, and 75% of those applicants have noted one of our CSUs as a destination for them. I have very, very high hopes. And again, that kudos to the legislature.
President Chang, but no more.
Madam
May
Chair,
I say one
I
more
do have
thing,
one more
Madam
question.
Chair?
No, we,
May not.
let
Okay.
me just explain
Understood.
something. We're a half hour over our time, and we have another group at 1:30,
Understood.
and I've got people, and my co-chair is bugging me because people have to go eat. So I'm
enough.
I'm going to let the senator say something.
I just have one more.
I haven't had a chance to ask a question.
I have one more question, request that you bring something to the working group, which I think is important, is it would be important for us to know the demographics also of the multilingual learners at each institution, because I believe WestConn serves a large population, as well as the first generation college students,
Yes.
which is another, I think, important aspect of what we're able to do in Western Connecticut State University. Thank you very
Absolutely.
much.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Representative Kennedy. No,
I will be very quick.
I'm closing.
I'm going to take this in a
out.
very different direction and
Sure.
take it towards my favorite, which is athletics. And so in my research, you have the 4 universities: Southern, Eastern, Western, and what did I miss? Southern, Eastern, Western,
Central.
Okay. Western just added a men's ice hockey program. I would think if you're adding a team like that, then it's going to bring in students, correct? I'd also just note that at Western, their programs are all Division III. At Southern, the programs are Division II. They have had some incredible programs, which, you know, they do come for what the surroundings are and certainly what the university offers.
Yes.
But sports at some of these 4 universities has been really key. And Southern recently won a basketball championship. Go out to Central. Central is Division I in basketball and baseball. They went to the NCAA semifinals 2 years ago.
Good.
So I just bring all that out because that's got to bring something to these universities. And then over at Eastern, I believe is a Division III, although I believe one of their programs might be. I just bring all that up because I just wanted something positive on this because I've heard so much negativity. And I just, because kudos to all of those students that get up every single day and they're attending one of these universities and they're proud to do so.
Yes.
And so I had to just bring that up because I myself, a very long time ago, attended Southern back in the late 70s when it was almost impossible to get into a state university. You were usually waitlisted. And so how did we get where we are? Certainly it's 45, I don't know, God, years ago, but I'm going to take this positive. And I think when we have our subcommittee meeting, you're going to bring all the information we're looking for, and we're going to move forward in a more positive manner. So thank you, sir, for being here. And thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, everybody here from the system. Thank you for coming up and talking to us. I'm going to say that, what has it been, 3 years going on, almost 4, President Chang, that you've been in the system. And we've struggled. We've struggled all those years. I think I expressed to you very seriously how important this system was to me. I'm not a graduate of Western, but I am a proud graduate of Southern Connecticut State University. I am a proud supporter of that organization. I'm a proud supporter of Gateway Community College. I have seen lives change with students when they're successful. I've seen amazing things happen. And right now I am very scared. I know, and I agree with Senator Winfield and Representative Paris about the fact that we really need to start at the top and work our way down. It does not just lie on your shoulders. We should have people on the Board of Regents who have lived experience in higher education, who have come and graduated from that system because they experienced it and they know exactly what it is that students have to go through. When I hear mitigation in your budgets, I know where you're going. You're going to the food pantries. You're going to the support systems. We do not even have the remediation courses that are there because our high schools don't even educate our high school students. But we have to change in a different way. And the thing that scares me the most, sir, is that the people that work for you seem to not have a confidence in your ability to change that. We hear time and time again, well, 2 times, you have been voted without confidence. I hear in the paper, not about what you talked about today, but I hear about your P cards and I hear about your experiences, but I don't hear about my students. I don't know if you can do this because we cannot continually look the other way. I think that the students need to have an opportunity to be successful. I'm sorry that the circumstances of how you got here happened, but I need to know that I have the best interest of my kids, our kids, going to our institutions. When I see kids saying to me that they just know me because I'm a face on TV, which is really weird. But I mean, they say to me, are we going to have the same education opportunities? Many of them use the transportation card that they had to get from one place to another, and that has been cut. We are cutting food services, and they are losing their housing because they can't afford it. So what are we saying to them? How are we saying it to them? And when we talk about reduction, it always seems to be on the same people. My colleague said it, I don't need to repeat it. We didn't write your contract, sir. There's no question. We did not have that. That was not in our scope. But you, as a leader of an institution of 66,000 people know better in what you do. How you perform is most important for them as well as us. When we get perks, we all get perks. There are perks all over the place because people are in them. But you know what? We don't have to indulge in those perks because it costs money for our students. I mean, I could be really cynical in this and say, well, $25,000 could have paid for 6 kids at Southern. But you knew that. This is not a time for us to turn our backs on our children because Washington is trying to do it themselves. So when we look for leadership and we need education, it should be from the top all the way down. I want to know, I don't want to know now, I don't want any responses. I want to know, what are you doing with the P cards? What are the rules and regulations? There should be no P cards. People should have a budget that is clear, that says these are the things that I can afford. There is no variance, but we should make sure that they have the things that they need. We don't need to hear when we need to raise money. That means that we raise money with our money. That is the way we raise the money for our kids because it's coming from us as well as the people that we're talking to. So in this, there were a lot of things that people wanted to talk about. I was sketching some people out so that we keep it above board and straight. But I'm very disappointed. We had a very good conversation 2.5 years ago of the future of our institution, and I haven't seen any of that future. So with this, we expect a conversation at our working group. If you don't have the information, don't just give us information because we don't have it. Be honest and tell us what is there and what is not there. Tell us what the bottom line is. Tell them what the expenses are. Tell us what the staffing is. We can be creative on a lot of things with our facilities. And it's important that we do the honest way so our children can have a solid foundation. So with that, sir, thank you, and your staff, thank you all. Have a great afternoon. And I will close the first half. No, am I closing it, Susan? Susan, you're listening to me. No?
Susan is listening to you. Yes, you're just going to recess.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Hello? You're in. Yep, you should be in. Yep.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Oh, it's great to see everybody. This is the second half of the day. And then we have a third half later on, and then a fourth half after that. So it's a pleasure to see everybody here. And I want to warn you, we ran over in the previous hearing by 45 minutes. So nobody got any food that's up here. Did you get food? I ran and delivered. Okay. So everybody's trying to find food right now. And they will come in, and they're probably in their office. So a lot of I got some coming. Thank you. So anyhow, it's great to see you, and I would like to get started. Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourselves, and we can get started. Oh, and by the way, guys, great slides. We're not going to go through them, okay?
No, we are not, but
No,
we wanted you to have all the materials, and then we wanted to have discussion, and any question that you have related to any slides, we can pull it. But we have a lot of empathy for you, knowing that you didn't have a food, so going through our slides might be very painful.
Oh, we decided, because we got all of the presentations that were today, and I think you guys had the most, but altogether there were 70, and we would not sit there. We got ADD, most of us, so we're not going to sit that still. But anyhow, go right ahead. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, co-chair, ranking members, and members of the committee. Thank you for giving us opportunity to update you on our budget request and transformative accomplishment that you have made possible at the University of Connecticut. I'm Roberto Merrick, President of University of Connecticut, and with me today is Dr. Andy Agbenobi, CEO of UConn Health, and Deliva on my left, the Provost, Jeff Gaffigan, Chief Financial Officer of UConn and UConn Health, and Nathan First, Vice President, Students' Life and Enrollment. I would like to thank each of you for your leadership dedication, and support of University of Connecticut and UConn Health. I would also like to thank Governor, Secretary Beckham, and others in administration who continue to work closely with our administration. Please note that we are testifying during unprecedented moment in time, many changes happening in Washington, D.C., and recent changes announcement by federal government that would dramatically reduce National Institute of Health grant funding will have significant negative impact on university research across the nations, including UConn and UConn Health. In this sense, we are uncharted waters and potential for other federal funding and policy changing loom over this testimony. The committee asked that we submit written testimony in advance, which we have done, so that we can focus on answering your questions during today's hearing. Also attached to our testimony are slides we prepared to share on screen with your permission to assist illustration that if we have any question related to those. So we welcome your questions and thank you for your service and your support.
Thank you, and thank you. It's a pleasure seeing you and your team and everything. I just have to tell you, I saw you at the last game and I started to come down and say hi, but they were so crowded on there. I said, okay, I'll see her next time, but I knew I was going to see you this week. But it was great to see the teams and the families and everything. I enjoy going to the games all the time. See, everybody's going to say, oh, this is easy now, but we have our questions. So I'm going to start with the chairs of the Higher Ed Committee to see if.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah. I think you did. Yeah, a few questions. Some of them are going to be, a couple of them are just going to be similar to ones I actually asked Chancellor Chang and his team. But first, there's this ongoing kind of dispute or confusion about the ARPA funds, and some folks say, look, the way that they were given to you, like they were almost by necessity going to be baked into operating costs, and so it's really now the loss of them, understandably, really creates a cliff for UConn, right? Others say, look, it was always going to be one time, you never should have relied on it, et cetera. So I'm just wondering if you can address kind of what the loss of ARPA fund means, how the university is kind of preparing for that, and a lot of us, especially Representative Walker and others, have been around for long enough where it's like we'll kind of predict that at some point UConn's going to say, okay, this is the number we need. This is our real number, right? And like, where are we in that process? And because I think we want to, myself, want to make sure that we don't do anything to undermine our great University of Connecticut. And we want to make sure that we give you all adequate funding. And it feels like sometimes that's a moving target. So that's one question. I have another one, just if you could talk about Roberto Willis, the importance that Willis plays in you being able to, obviously you have, 65, maybe 70,000 applicants, but to be able to place Connecticut students at the university and to make the university more affordable for Connecticut students. It's my understanding with the loss of ARPA funds, we're going to see a big cliff very soon if we don't appropriate more money just to keep it the status of where we currently are with ARPA, with Willis, never mind contemplating an expansion, which I think is very important for Willis. So let me ask you those two questions. And then with the indulgence of Representative Walker, I'd just ask one more about something that just made headlines a couple of days ago.
Okay, thank you for being husky. Thank you for your question and thank you for your support. So I will start with ARPA and then I will ask Jeff to give more specific. So when ARPA funding came, it came during the time when we had CBEC agreement and 20% of the salary increases. And we all acknowledge that our people deserve the salary increase of 20% and one-time payment. But at that time, the state covers 20% of the salary increases. So we have to cover 80% for both UConn and UConn Health. If you look our budget comes 58% is from student tuition and fee. We are very concerned that we have to make tuition and fee affordable for our students. And how do we keep the lead without increasing, cost of operation? So what we done in last 3 years, 2 years ago, we sat here and we talked about biennial budget. And when governor announced the budget, he says, I want UConn to do 3 things: increase the number of the students, increase the research dollars, and increase fundraising. How did we deliver on what governor asked us? Last year, we accepted 1,300 students. 73% of our students are Connecticut citizens. So I want to keep that number. 3 years ago, it was 70%. Our research expenditure this year is the highest in the history of university, and we generated 16 million more than what we predicted based on fact that faculty who get the research dollars are spending in Connecticut, and that is how we are closing. And the third one, our fundraising in last 3 years on the average is 130 million, comparing to previous 3 years of average of 80 million. So we are doing everything in our power to generate the new revenues without compromising the excellence for our students, academic excellence, research excellence, excellence toward our patients. And we are also looking how to cut the losses. So we are putting many programs online to monitor the size of the classes, to monitor the workload, to make sure that our faculty teach full load. But, and regarding the scholarships, I want to remind everybody that 8,800 of the students at UConn are first-generation students. In last 3 years, we increased financial support for our students almost close to 200 million. 3 years ago, we had 170 million. Now we are 250 million. And I will ask Nathan first to comment a little on the scholarships and the needs for our students to succeed. But before I go there, when I says no compromising the excellence, I want to report just that from the last year, we increased the graduation rate of the students from the freshman to sophomore year, first generation students from 88 to 92%, and also the minority students went up significantly. So we pay attention that our students get the degree and that they graduate, and that excellence in the service for the students should never be compromised. So Nathan?
Yeah, happy to add and talk about the impact of the Roberto Willis program as well. So we received about $13.6 million to distribute to students who have a lot of financial need. And that boils down to about $3,700 a student. And certainly the state has been supportive there. But as you mentioned, there's a potential cliff to consider with regard to the ARPA funding in this last year that we're going to have to square up on some level. But student financial need continues to grow as we enroll more first-generation students, more Pell recipients. And last year, the FAFSA challenges have complicated things a bit, but we got through that and things are going well this year. But looking forward to future conversations and collaborations to determine how we can address that and bridge the gap that students have with financing their college education to come to the University of Connecticut, be it our Stores campus or any one of our regional campuses.
Thank you. If I could just follow up, we know that kind of across the board that about 2/3 of eligible.
Just letting you know, Kathy's not here, so that's the 2-rule person, so.
Okay. All right. Well, I have about 10 more questions. No. I didn't. Perfect. Many students in Connecticut who are eligible for Willis don't get it because we don't fund it nearly to the same degree that other states fund their public scholarship program. If we were to fully fund Willis to make it essentially a guarantee for our students, how would that, do you think, help your students be able to come to UConn, afford UConn? Would it change the makeup of the student body at all?
It would be transformational for all students because it would lend transparency, right? And students would know that even looking at colleges, applying to colleges, that they would have this assurance that they're going to receive some amount of support. We actually have experience in this with our collaborations with the Hartford Promise program, as well as the New Haven Promise program and Waterbury Promise, where the university commits to providing students $5,000. The Promise program also commits to funding students, and it increased our enrollment. An example of New Haven, it doubled the number of students that came to UConn from the city of New Haven as a result of that transparency, really, at the end of the day. So I see this in a similar way. Like if we were to be in a position as a state to tell students of a specific need level that you're going to be able to rely upon this support, it could immediately increase the number and percentage of students that are pursuing higher education in our state. It benefit us, it would benefit the state universities. So it's a win all the way around.
Thank you. And last question. This is about the direction from the White House and the Trump administration that you all got a dear colleague letter just a couple days ago. And I'm looking at an article from Inside Higher Ed, in which they say, you know, it touches on every facet of academia, from scholarships, academic prizes, campus cultural centers, even graduation ceremonies. If you don't comply within 14 days, you risk losing federal funds, funds that go to research grants, student financial aid, institutional support. And, you know, you just, President Merrick, you just spoke just a minute or two ago about your success with minority students as an example, graduation rates and things. And I assume that's the result partly of some program and supports that you offer at UConn. I mean, we have a president who's declared war on higher education. And I mean, that I know you can't say that, I get that, but that's pretty much a fact. And college campuses and presidents are grappling with this right now. What do you do as a leader at the university to, obviously you have an obligation, you want to protect federal funds, but we want to stay true to our values in supporting diversity as well. So what's UConn's
I think we
strategy
want
deal
to
with this?
stay true to our values and our mission. And our mission is education for the citizens of the Connecticut. We have the citizens from every zip code. We looked at a dear colleague letter, and there is still not enough clarity. We consulted with our general counsel what we have to do and what we don't have to do. I have conversation with many presidents, and our provost is having many conversations with the provost. So we are getting more clarity, but I think we are going to get extra explanations. So I don't think we have to implement in the next 14 days, but I think the federal agencies across board have to look what that letter means and then provide additional instruction to us. So I had conversation with NSF, with Department of Energy, what that means. Some of the funding has been on the pause in order to get clarity, but I would like my provost and Oliva to elaborate more of the deeper dive of what we are doing as a university and how to gain more clarity.
Thank you, President Merrick. Just to build on what the president is saying, our mission as a land-grant institution is access and opportunity, and we need to support every student. And we have programs that obviously are very successful in supporting our students toward graduation and toward success. So until we have more specifics from the federal government about which programs need to change and how, we'll continue to pursue our programs. And the General Counsel, as the president said, is evaluating very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the UConn team. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Haddad.
Thank you. Earlier today, I was talking with the state university system and the community college system, and I talked a little bit about requesting from them more data on more information about your current year, fiscal year numbers and your projections for next year, which I think would be very helpful for us on this committee to see as we try to assess whether or not we're providing with enough support. You were very kind and maybe anticipated that request, because in your slide deck, you have some of those numbers. And I wanted to thank you very much for providing those. It would be helpful if we could get those in a spreadsheet form or something like that, so we could ask OFA to sort of, do some additional work with those numbers. And so that's just a general comment. From there, I'd like to just double down a little bit on what Senator Slapp was just saying, because while there's an outstanding threat to funding, which I think includes not only state contracts and federal grants, but also maybe Title IV money. I know that there has been, but for a stay, a reduction in resources that might be available through the grants from the National Institute of Health. And I imagine that that is something that we can reasonably anticipate coming from NSF as well, right? So my question, I guess, is my understanding is that that impact of that decision that the Trump administration made to limit the overhead, the indirect costs on research grants to 15% would have about a $35 million impact at UConn. Does that include all forms of federal grant funding? Is it just the one that comes from the National Institute of Health, or is that estimate also include a possible reduction?
Yeah, we are now looking. We are now looking only IDC from NIH because that is what is proposed. But what we are really looking, and we don't believe this will be implemented because the universities across the country are going to suffer, regardless are you Democratic or Republican state. So many people don't have a clarity what indirect dollars are used for. And indirect dollars are used for the infrastructure that when you get a grant, you need the piping, you need the software, you need the part of equipment, you need to pay the salary of your technician, you have to pay salary of the student during the summer. Those are used for indirect costs. So indirect costs are not traveling, not marble floors, how it was presented 4 years ago. Indirect costs are really to support in order to faculty to deliver the research. So I'm research active faculty, so I can tell you how I spend my support. University and state pays for the roof, for the water, but everything else that I want to do in my lab, all the gases, all the piping, all the software, all the repairs come from those indirect costs. It is instrumental for us as a higher education to protect in IDC. And we lobby across all government because the leaders of federal government have a good understanding. One of the things that I'm doing personally, on number of the grants of proposal, we have the colleagues from the federal, from other states like Florida University, like Texas A&M, and we are partnering with them that they go to their representatives and senators and explain the value of the research. And if IDC goes down to 15%, what is that going to do for their land grant and private university? Because everybody is going to be affected. And that is going to really deteriorate the science, innovation, and higher ed across the country.
Thank you. And I think that's it's wise of you to sort of be participating with like institutions across the country to try to defend this. To me, it's really, Senator Slapp said, this is an attack on higher education. This is an attack on science to me as well itself. The research funding that gets provided to public and private institutions all across the country really makes up a sizable portion of the total scientific discovery that we do in this country. And to see a devastating cut of this impact, which I think will discourage scientists from sort of not just limit what they can do in the short term, but might discourage folks from pursuing these kinds of pursuits to begin with. I think will have a profoundly negative impact on our country.
And it's not only that, it's not only higher education. A lot of grants are going to small and medium-sized businesses through SBIR, STTR funding. And those people without funds, they are laying off people. Even the large companies have a suspensions of Department of Energy grants. And so it can also lead to all other kind of the issues when it comes to our economy.
Thank you. On page 5 of your written testimony, you talk about the differences between the requests that UConn and UConn Health made to the governor's office and what the governor has provided. Can you discuss the difference and what the impact of the differences are between what you requested and what you've received, and what we might see in terms of impact on students or on your staff and institutions?
Ask my CFO to answer that question. That is the most difficult question. But in our estimate, we are always trying to look. So our request is less than what it was last year. And we are trying to do more ourselves and request less. But it is a process because cost of everything is going up. We understand that inflation is going up. So if we take inflation factor and what was state budget coming 10 years ago and 5 years ago, and where we are now, you can see that we are requesting less. As I says, we are looking how to cut our losses by improving efficiency. We do a lot of on efficiency using the software, measuring the utilization of the labs, utilization of the classrooms. We increase the number of the students. It's not yielding immediately to significant revenues because with students you have to provide the support. Excellence is always there. We are increasing the research. Research will depend on the federal government a lot, but I will get my CFO to answer all specifics.
So on that, just to bring everybody's attention, on slide 26, 27, and 28, we try to walk through just the difference between what the university requested and what was in the governor's proposed budget. One of the big items, and Senator Slapp alluded to this earlier, was we present that the total funding from the state last year. So that included all funds, one-time funds, block grant, anything that was coming over. So that was our starting base when we actually look at fiscal 25 going into fiscal 26. So on page 26, it just shows for both the university and for UConn Health, you'll see that on the blue bars that we have, we're asking for less state support, just rolling that funding forward each year. And that goes to what the president was just talking about. Our focus, and we've heard that, is to rely more on our students and revenues at the university and the patients and other revenues at UConn Health, and how we can rely less on state support as we continue to move forward. The big difference, though, is between the blue bar and the green bar, which would be the proposed numbers for the governor. That would just be the shortfall that we are currently having. And the main difference of that are those one-time funds that we alluded to earlier when we have the discussion. So right now, I won't go through all of the numbers. They are in there, and we'll be happy to discuss them if you have any specifics. But you can see on page 26, if we just look at rolling forward that the numbers, the university has approximately $72.6 million shortfall, and UConn Health would have a $58.5 million shortfall for next year for fiscal 26. And then it walks through, all of the slides have that detailed information, but be happy to get into any of the specific information if you would like.
And so, given this reality, do you have an outline of a sketch of how you would mitigate that loss?
So, and I think that brings up a great point. The university is currently doing our budget development just like, the state is doing theirs. So as we've walked through it, the first thing that has come through the process always is our request to OPM. And our request was to balance the budget. So now that we're entering into our budget process also, as step one, we're here for the state, and we want to, ensure that we present to the state the best investment we believe the state can do is invest in $1 in the university, because the return that they get for that is tremendous. But we will not stop our other aspects that the president was alluding to. So going through our process, we're looking at all the levers that have been mentioned before, especially on the student side, increasing the number of students, looking at our in-state, out-of-state mix. We've increased student fees across for the incoming class that we're actually be working on. And then we're also looking at everything else that goes around there, or the wraparound services that mentioned before. There's a lot of aspects. We can't simply say the delta is just 3,000 more students and we're done, because we wouldn't be able to house them, we wouldn't be able to teach them, and we wouldn't be able to provide all the services needed to make those students graduate, which is the real payoff for the state to put that workforce back in the state. So it's called a strategic enrollment management plan. We are working through that, Nathan in his shop and the president's office, trying to put all of those pieces together so we can actually do that revenue increase on a strategic analysis that will do that each year to help generate more revenue for that on that side. And then the final aspect is looking at the cost. And that is the one we're really doing a deep dive into. So every year, how can we maintain our costs and what do we actually need as we increase the students? We're looking at growth overall for the university, but there are tipping points. If you accept an X number of more students, then we might need another faculty member, some place to teach, another lab. So all of that goes into that aspect. But we're focused on that as we continue to do our development. There's nothing that we can do in 1 year that will specifically, cover all of this. But we are, over the years, as we continue to do on that blue bars that we were talking about, our goal is to keep on reducing that as we rely less on the state and more on the university in our operations.
Thank you. We can talk more about this at the subcommittee level, but I appreciate your assessment to this. It would be helpful for us to make sure that we see what your enrollment plans and what your projections are for additional revenue, what those specific targets you might have for cost reductions, and any possible use that you might have of fund balance or reserves. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. One of the things that I heard from Washington was that a lot of the universities that are heavy in research and development are going to be, their impact is going to be felt tremendously. Have you heard that much about that?
Yeah, yes, we did, and we are looking at analysis, and I'm cautiously optimistic, but still very optimistic that we are going to get the new equilibrium from Washington, D.C., because the research and innovation is also part of our national security. And national security is top priority of the President Trump. So we are looking where is alignment in the research, what House is supporting, what Senate is supporting, and what President Trump is supporting, and how we unify the forces with other universities, as I mentioned, our partners, in order to say, if we don't do this, this is what will happen. And we have industry partners, and I'm aware that our governor is meeting with Secretary of Energy tomorrow, and I'm in contact with Undersecretary Dario Gig, from Department of Energy, talking about priorities for innovation and research and why we have to pursue, not to decline when it comes to innovation. So I'm optimistic, so let me put that way.
I need some of your optimism. With that, Representative Paris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, good to see you. Of course, I have very deep affection for UConn Stamford, as it is the finest parking lot in my district. I find that it's very accessible as well, but I do have a number of concerns, and I want to walk through these concerns with you and your staff respectfully. Reports have come back to me and other members of the Stamford delegation that UConn had made arrangements to acquire or lease, if you will, 1201 Washington Boulevard in Stamford for student housing, a move that, quite frankly, would displace nearly 94 current residents in that housing facility, given that we have an ongoing affordable housing crisis in Stamford and in Fairfield County, across the whole state, of course. How does this acquisition align? My first question is how does this acquisition align with UConn's current budget and financial planning?
So I would just say that at Stamford, it is the fastest growing campus that we have.
Yep.
We have over 2,000 applications this year for the Stamford. When it comes to housing, we have last year over 200 students on the waiting list. The industry and businesses in Stamford are screaming for more 4-year programs in Stamford.
Right.
We delivered 12 programs 4 years in Stamford. We had been looking the housing, but I don't have the details, and I would like Jeff to come back, because our planning office, my understanding is that we didn't approach the owner of the building. That owner approached us and offered, because he was thinking about selling the building or having the long-term tenants and lease and long-term agreement. So I don't want to talk about those details. I have the empathy for people and understanding who are sending you the letters, but I really don't know neither I had a conversation with the owner of that building, and our planning department was approached by owner of the building. So, we need to put the students in the housing, otherwise we cannot accept more students. And I have regular meetings with the mayor of the Stamford. She's constantly is asking for more students. We have huge demand. And now the 34% of applicants that apply to Stamford are saying Stamford is my first choice. So we want a vibrant Stamford because the businesses, and we have over 100 businesses who are among the Fortune 500 being in Stamford, are asking for interns, asking for students, asking for innovation. So I think we have to sit down and, as I said, I understand your concern, but I don't have the details.
I appreciate that, Madam President, and I know that you say that you didn't have those conversations. And from my understanding, that the city was not aware of any specific details or site selection to that specific spot. I think it was all done and completed through an RFP. And look, I think the students are very important, but when we have 94 people being displaced out of their homes, and they were told at the last minute, and they're saying, and the new owner of that place is saying, well, UConn was aware of this. It makes me concerned, because then they're putting you into it. So now you have become public enemy number one when we have elderly people, parents with children who have only a set number of months to figure out where they're going to live. My second question, Madam Chair, is, and this can go to you, Madam President, or it can go to your CFO, what specific funding sources, if any, that you can tell us were being used to facilitate this transition, and how does this expenditure fit within UConn's overall housing strategy?
So I'll just take that and I'll probably turn it over to Nathan, but overall on it, and you are correct, Representative, it was an RFP process. The aspect of that, though, it is a benefit to the Stamford campus and UConn as a whole. The RFP was very explicit that it had to be basically a cost neutral transaction. So what we charge for housing for the Stamford campus and the people that would select that would actually cover this. So it's no additional cost to the university, but it basically does allow us to expand the number of students and everything we do as a campus. But for that, I'll turn that over to Nathan.
Thank you.
And happy to add, we're anticipating a need for at least 50 additional beds this fall. And so the effort is being done to try and continue to build upon the success that we've had there. And that's been all really great. We know that we're going to have some sit downs, though, with leaders in the city and perhaps yourself to talk more about this and ensure that we're not negatively impacting residents. That's not our intention either, but we're very excited about the continued growth of the campus and want to facilitate in ways that are healthy for the university and healthy for the city of Stamford.
I appreciate that. And I will never not be excited for any expansion for any university system in our state, certainly. My heart goes out to those who came home to a note with no real answer. I have two other questions, Madam Chair, and then I will follow up. Were there any public funds or state appropriations allocated to this project? It may not have been, but I just want that on the record. And if so, how were they justified in light of the broader need for affordable housing across our state? That just may be a very simple yes or no answer.
Yes, no public funds for this.
Thank you. Furthermore, were there any financial provisions that have been made to assist the displaced residents? Similar to past cases in our city where tenant assistance had been provided. We know that there have been other developers who have come in, purchased up buildings, have displaced many families, but they were given $5,000 to $10,000 to move out of that space, help with relocation efforts. Have any of those things been made available? And maybe that's a Randy Salvatore question, but I'd like to ask you all directly.
Yeah, none to my knowledge.
And then once again, I just want on the record, please, what level of transparency and engagement has UConn or RMS had with local elected officials and residents regarding this transition? I can speak confidently on behalf of the state delegation from Stamford. They did not know about this. So could you just give me an answer on that?
So we had conversation with mayor, we had conversation with economic development of her office. We had conversation for last 2 years about the needs and how many students do we have on the waiting list. We have the buildings that they were they were considering for us, and is anything livable? So those are the levels of conversation that I was engaged, as well as Nathan first. But I'm aware that Nathan had additional conversation as well as our director of the planning office.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam Chair, in closing, I totally understand the need for expansion. Once again, I'm not faulting you for that. I'm just faulting you in terms of the process that this was done. And that 94 people right now who have constantly emailed my office over the last 2 weeks, have also emailed Senator Miller, Representative Delaney, Senator Marr. People are very scared. They don't know where they're going to go. They don't know. And if they go somewhere, they're probably going to be priced out and paying far more than what they were paying here at 1201 Washington Boulevard. It's concerning to me that this was done in the middle of the night without any conversations, community conversations with residents. And also it's mind-boggling to me, and I really would like to know this for the working group's purposes and also the purposes in terms of the district that I represent. What will be offered for the relocation services? I will tell you once again, there is always an offer on the table when something like this happens in my district. And I will be the first one to call for whatever we need to call for, community forums, to have a meeting with the city. I don't care. Randy Salvatore himself can sit down with us. Something needs to happen to accommodate the fear, the stress, the anxiety that many of these residents are facing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Next, Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question about conversation around your endowment. So my understanding / remembrance, couple of years back, 2 or 3 years back, there was a conversation about growing your endowment, getting to somewhere around $1 billion, and maybe even hitting that earlier than you might have planned. My question is, and getting your endowment to about $1 billion. So my question is, what role does the endowment have in these conversations that we have about the finances of UConn?
So endowment supports our scholarship. It supports the strategic planning for universities. So I will give you example. Couple months ago, we have the groundbreaking for School of Nursing. And we secured the largest gift in the history of university from the donor of $50 million. And that was for School of Nursing to increase the number of the students and nurses in Connecticut. And this is the nurse who was raised and educated at UConn from Waterbury, who wanted to give back. And that's significant. So we put what are the priorities for university on strategic plan. Student first, the scholarships are always our priority. Endowment for faculties, labs, and athletics is our priority, Husky Pride. And as I said, in the last 3 years, we are over 130 million annually in new donations and over 1,000 new donors that we bring to the table. It's significant. We want to grow more. On April 23rd, we are going to have the open campaign announcing that our goal for open campaign is 1.5 billion. And that's where we are. And Jeff, if you want to add more specifics.
So I think just for a couple of numbers, the endowment right now is over $600 million. So it continues to grow. Last year was over a 10% return and had a great return as we use that endowment. Some of it is actually spent down. Another one is, in the investment. So the investment returns will help grow that. But for our goal to get the endowment up to around $1 billion or so, in high level, you can just think that's going to add about $15 million a year to the university to help close that gap. So the endowment stays there in perpetuity. So the returns and the investment off that would be about approximately that $15 million. So that is the goal.
Thank you. And not my district, but I just want to make sure, since I'm sitting here, I just want to make sure I heard your response to Representative Paris correctly. So did I hear correctly that there were discussions ongoing about this, but that the information about folks who he's concerned about never were part of that conversation?
Yes, I think Nate can talk more because he has been part with Robert of those conversations. So Nate.
Yeah, our understanding was that any occupancy that we would have in the building would not displace anybody. That was our understanding going in. And now it's come to light that there's new information. And so we just need to sit down again and revisit. So that's where I think we are today.
Okay, thank you. As you can imagine, hearing that sounds a little strange, but I'm sure you're telling us how it happened. Thank you.
Senator Flexer, and then Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Nice to see you. I have a number of questions. I wonder if you could just walk us through the details of the amounts on pages 26, 27, and 28 of your presentation. And while you pull those up, I'm just trying to follow exactly what is outlined here in terms of, you know, what you asked for from the governor and what's proposed here. Is that what is outlined in these sheets? And I'll just say my editorial comment. It's incredibly frustrating to me that we have a governor that year after year underfunds the University of Connecticut, and that you have to come here every year and just ask for the bare minimum to run the excellence at the university. And that instead of focusing on planning on growth in those arenas, we're fighting to keep what we have. I know you can't agree with that, but that's how I feel. And I regret that once again, you are here having the same conversation. So if you could just detail what these proposals are and what these graphs are, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Senator Flexer, for your question, and I will ask our CFO to provide details.
So thank you, Senator. I'll actually walk through and we'll just use UConn and maybe fiscal year 26 as the example. 27 and UConn Health fall through the same exact thing, and we can just go through the differential. But if you start on page 26, where we were trying to allude to earlier when we were talking about it, the blue bar on the left-hand side is the university. So in fiscal 25, you'll see about that $326 million was the totality of state funds that were sent to the university to support operations. And a lot of different options and ways in that there. But again, that was the total. So when we started the process, we started with OPM and their request for a budget request. We reduced it from 326 down to 300.2 million. So that's kind of what kicks off the whole budget process for us, and that was back in September or not.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? So where does that $26 million come from?
That $26 million in current year, fiscal year 25, we have greater the number of students than we originally budgeted. So we are actually generating more revenue than originally thought. That rolls into 26. And then we have done other items, especially with the provost, overlooking our programs and then also monitoring our hiring as we move forward. So any of those items that roll forward from 25 to 26, we captured in our request.
And we also increased the research spending that is happening at university. And we increased the graduation rate. So we retain more students last year comparing to the previous year. So we didn't lose money on the tuition.
So in comparison, the green bar would be the governor's proposal. So on that, you can just see the $227 million. The main difference is basically one-time funds. So the ARPA funds, the other aspect of support that was one-time in nature has been removed in the governor's budget. So we start there just at a $72 million difference between us and the governor. What happened this year, it's kind of a unique request, though, if you move to page, slide 27, the governor also added an additional inflationary increase. So this was noted as an approximate 3% increase to support any salary increase for the university. We believe this was a unique thing, just to higher education. So it was CSU, UConn, and UConn Health. But again, the increase was only applied to that base section or the block grant as we know it. So there's a $7 million increase for basically a approximate 3% salary increase. So we here for just, the proposal to show that a 3% salary increase for the university would be approximately $18.5 million. So trying to do that to say we didn't request an increase going forward, but if we did, it's a significant difference between what the governor had in the budget. So finally, on slide 28, we combined both of those. So if we were to close our budget and give a 3% salary increase, our request would have been, and again, on the university on the left-hand side, would have been $318.7 million compared to what the governor actually does have in the proposed budget that came out of the $234.6 million. So with that proposal and the governor's number, our differential, the shortfall for the university is $84.1 million. So that's what we're trying to do by the 3 slides and walk through there. And the same thing again for UConn Health in both years.
Thank you. And my next question is related to that $84 million figure, but also the university has been having a series of conversations, difficult conversations, a lot of unhappiness on campus among students, among staff, among faculty about looking at programs, looking at majors, looking at offerings, and having a conversation about what changes to be made and frankly, what cuts may be happening. And there's a direct correlation between these budget numbers that we look at year after year proposed by the administration and the choices the university has to make in that engagement in that conversation. So can you outline what cuts you have made in recent years because of the budget constraints that have been given to you? And if we were to adopt a budget that had this same $84 million shortfall as proposed by the governor, what would that mean for the university?
So I'll start off on what we have been doing. So last year, not popular at all, but we spread some of the cuts across all of the campus. So we cut athletics and we cut all of the institutional support areas and then also all the schools and colleges. And that was around a 3% reduction in their total budget. We do work with them as individuals and, leave the decisions of how those are actually spread out between everything. But that is part of the budget development progress when we go through our whole procedure for it. But as far as some of the additional items we are doing, I'll probably turn it over to the provost about looking at low enrollment programs and items like that have been in the paper recently.
Thank you. Yes, thanks, Senator. So yes, my office in 2024 did reinstate the low enrollment program review process. This is what I call academic housekeeping. It's routine business for a provost's office to be continually reviewing programs for enrollments and to looking at which programs are under stress because there's demand we're struggling to meet, which programs have capacity, which programs need to change. This process of reviewing low enrollment programs had not happened routinely at the university for several years, partly because of disruptions caused by the pandemic, partly because of turnover in the provost's office. So I reestablished a routine process in the provost's office, and we do ask departments and schools and colleges, we identify according to certain metrics, these programs, they seem to be low enrollment. Are they meant to be a low enrollment? Do you have capacity? Do you want to make changes to these programs? We're looking for optimum health and vitality of each academic program that we offer. So for example, recently, the Board of Trustees, we did present them with 2 graduate certificates that had never enrolled any students. We advertised them broadly. They never took hold. Those are programs that need to close, and we need to rethink, reevaluate, and move into that space in a different way. We have another program that's coming up before the board at its next meeting where several majors have decided to combine. They're creating a larger cohort for the foundational courses. It will be more clear for the students, more clear pathways, and create that larger foundational cohort, which can actually lead to better educational outcomes. So I'm not engaging in this process in order to cut programs or to meet a budget target. It's to make sure that every program is the right size and has the vitality and health that it needs to succeed and to serve our students.
Thank you. And, but I really want to know what would happen if we adopted the governor's budget and the university saw an $84 million cut.
So that, as I said, part of the current budget process we're going through now. So we continue to do work. We'll try to do work on the revenue side, on the number of students, what we can. We'll roll forward more cuts to the schools and colleges and athletics and support like we've done over the past years. But there is nothing we can do to close that gap. We do have our fund balance that we can fall back on, and that would be basically pulling back, though, from expansion for research, any other items that we might have for equipment or construction.
Startups of the faculty. So when faculty signs with us, they have 3 to 5 years of the startup for investment in the lab, paying for the students. So, you know, we support graduate students. We are R01 institution, and we have over 8,000 of graduate students. So if you think of the tuition and for the graduate student, that will significantly diminish us as a R01 institution.
That's what I feared. Thank you. And in your questions with Representative Haddad, you talked about student revenues. That's tuition, correct?
That's student tuition and housing,
And at
housing and dining.
And at the beginning of your testimony today, you talked about 3 things that were outlined for you as requests for the university to lead on from the governor's office. And I believe the details that you shared with us, you met and exceeded all of those metrics. Is that accurate?
I think so. We had the largest, first week had grown significantly application pool. We had been marketing the value of UConn. We have been promoting, we had been going, Nathan and his team has been doing amazing job hitting every superintendent, every school, and talking about going to town hall meetings of the school, high schools, and presenting what are the opportunities at the UConn. So I really want to acknowledge Nathan and his amazing team and everything that they've done. Second thing, we try to expand when we have capacity to accept more students without compromising quality. And as I said, graduation rate is most important. You know, when you accept the students, but they don't graduate, that's the most dreadful discovery that our state should do. So we are raising the ceiling, what is the graduation rate? And each year, that's our objective. So we increased number of students, 1,300. We increased number of first generation students, and we increased the graduation rate from the freshman to sophomore. So, and we will not do that without providing financial support, providing the advising, providing the mentoring. So if there is this budget cut, all of those programs are going to be cut. So it has a ripple effect on the quality of education that we provide for the citizens of our state.
Thank you. And then just questions for you to bring the responses to the working group. On slide 31, you outlined the revenue for the university and the percentage of state support. If you could detail for our next meetings what that percentage would be if we adopted the governor's budget. Something tells me it's going to be even less than 20%, but dramatically. And if you could detail how that compares with the institutions you have listed on page 22, you compare our tuition and fees to other public flagship universities. If you could also give us the comparison of state support for those institutions, that would be helpful. And then lastly, for the working group, I think sometimes what gets lost in conversations about the university outside of the research and the academic experience for students, if you could just bring some more details about things that the university does for the broader state as a whole. For example, over the summer, I always remark how we know about mosquito-borne illnesses because of the University of Connecticut and what risk we are at our state. There's a lot of agricultural programs that you provide that benefit farmers across our state. If you could detail some more of that information, I think that would be
Absolutely. And one thing I want to mention, what it means to be a research institution. Because when our faculty go after those funds, they go for our community. And I just talked to colleagues from UConn Health about rural health, the proposal that they submitted. The dean in Waterbury campus is doing an amazing job to go after the federal funds. 2 years ago, we received 4.5 million fund from Department of Energy on auditing the energy. So what our faculty are doing, not only just using the tools and developing tools, but they go to households and they audit the electrical bills. And we all understand that electricity cost is the highest burden. So concrete foundation, we done inspection of over 200 homes. So I want just to reflect the UConn role in community school of social work that plays hundreds of students in high school to help with the teaching. I think everybody received our community and economic impact report, and we take the great pride of being the land grant and sea grant university because we are responsible for our communities, and that's what we want to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Hodgson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, President Merich and Mr. Gagan, right? Yes, okay. I'm sorry, did I mispronounce his name?
No, that was correct.
That was correct?
Very
Okay,
correct.
good, good. I have a good memory, Quick question. This may have been addressed already, and I apologize if it has, and you're repeating yourself, but do you have the numbers for last year's or the most recent year's, data for enrollment for each campus? And can you firmly and confidently say that enrollment has gone up in every single, for every single campus?
I would like to refer that question to our Vice President for Students' Life Enrollment. Nathan, do you have on your computer or? Yeah.
I do have the numbers in front of me. And so enrollment has grown, and we hit 25,000 undergraduates as an example for the first time, which is very, very exciting. And from last year to this year, we did see growth across virtually every one of our campuses. And so hasn't been huge across every campus. So in the case of Avery Point, we had 477 undergraduate students compared to 474 the year before. So, just a few more. But in other instances, like in the case of Stamford, it's as many as 200 or more additional students on that campus. And in the case of our main campus and stores, it's 700 additional students at that campus. We're seeing most of that growth from out-of-state students, as we know that the number of high school graduating seniors in the state of Connecticut is flat and now will be on the decline moving forward. And so as we look at that, that's where we're seeing a lot of the growth. But we continue to enroll approximately the same number of Connecticut residents across our campuses. So we keep our eye on that as well.
And just a quick follow-up to that, because it kind of ties into the conversations we were having with the people sitting where you are prior to you. And for lack of a better term, it's not necessary to get into the specifics of that, but just a general concept of why you think that is. And does it have anything to do with your decision or the decision made prior to when I was here to close the old Torrington branch and the West Hartford branch, and ultimately now in hindsight, do you see that as a good decision and as a contributing factor to why you have now less branches but healthier enrollment in those branches?
Well, at the end of the day, it's not just one thing, but I think that students, they make their choices based off of experiences of their friends and what they hear from their family members and what they know about the university, about the experience that they believe they're going to have with us. And so that's where I think we've had a lot of success. And that our president talked about our student success rates going up. So students coming to the University of Connecticut, they know that they have really good odds to graduate and graduate on time. That's really important to them. They know that they have really good salary outlook as our students have some of the highest average salaries of graduates from any college, public college or university in the country. And it's accumulation of all these things that draws students to the University of Connecticut, not to mention solid academic programs and the like.
And as I mentioned, we touch many schools. So our faculty, our enrollment, myself go to many schools and talk about value of UConn. Then we also display to parents and students, here are the kinds of the jobs that you will have. And I will give you a specific example. 10 years ago in School of Electrical Engineering, it's a very, very hard major. We will have about 40, 50 students applying. Now we have 600 students applying because they are semiconductors jobs. There is NVIDIA and NVIDIA of this world. So students and parents are looking what kind of the jobs they are going to have. So it is very important to have those statistics and how we help them once after, before they graduate, to have the interviews, to have the internships, what kind of the internships, what are the jobs available, because those are the questions that we received during the open house from parents. And I'm sure many of you took your children or family members to our open houses, and you can see how engaged are our faculty, staff, and students.
Thank you. And yes, I've been to an open house and it was amazing. It was nice to see all the families and it was nice to see all the faculty and everything working with the kids. It truly shows that they love their school and they love learning there. So that's a pleasure. And I just want to echo that. Senator Hartley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And yes, UConn Nation. It's quite a place. So Madam President and team, thanks for being with us here today and for your leadership for the flagship university. It is a special part of our economy, and you don't have to spew out all of those graphs and diagrams for us to know it because we see it every day. But when we're having this conversation about the team in terms of the outreach and communicating to our population, I would just vicariously share with you in my community, and I am so proud to have a regional campus there. Inevitably, I'm always meeting families who are saying, oh no, my son or daughter just couldn't go to UConn. It was like, and so why do you think that's true? And so wherever there is an opportunity to try to bolster the outreach, and this is particularly true in some of my minority communities, in particularly, Waterbury has the fastest growing Hispanic population in the state. And I find it's kind of a feeling amongst that community, like, oh no, we just couldn't go to UConn. And I first of all want to take my hat off and do a great shout out to our regional campus director, Dr. Famiko Hof, has been amazing. She has left no stone unturned. She is very, very creative in figuring things out. It's never, I can't do it. It's, I can figure it out. But I just feel like there is, a large population, and Waterbury is the 5th largest city in the state of Connecticut, and they who don't immediately think about the university as an option when it is. It really is. I've seen so many and hired myself, quite frankly, a number of them have come from the university. So I just share that story with you. And as I said, I couldn't be more proud of the leadership that we have at the university, in particular on the Waterbury campus. And I'll try to be quick because I don't want to hold the good doctor up because I know he's next in the queue. But let me just ask, so we've gotten in the budget in front of us a cut in the UPass. How is that going to affect the student community? I mean, have you looked at that, or? Well, it's actually an increase in the.
Yeah, so if that's the aspect, if the cost for that actually is going to increase and go up, we'll have to take that up next year as we review the overall fees and how that would relate to the students. The interesting thing that's on the timing aspect, we've already approved our tuition and fees for July in the incoming class on fall. So that's something we'll have to deal with again probably next fall, and we'll present any increases of that next winter to the board.
So the UPass rate has already been set for this entire academic year.
For
Fall,
the,
spring.
for fall
Yeah.
of 25, yes, we're set with our fees.
Okay. And then I also wanted to ask about this collaboration on the quantum with the university and Yale. And I also want to say that is very refreshing to see that we've got our flagship university working so collaboratively with Yale. Is that NSF funding? Is that, or does the university
This
have
is
any
the
other-
National Science Foundation funding. So 2 years ago, we led, Pamir Alpe, who is our Vice President for Research, wrote pre-proposal, and we received the planning funding to go together with Yale and the industry, as well as other universities in state to apply. So the proposal objective of NSF engine is the social mobility in the state with receiving and creation of the new jobs. So the funding from National Science Foundation is about 160 million if we are successful. The deadline for submission was February 16, but we didn't submit because NSF put the pause. They're going to rewrite the solicitation. So they says they will come up with a new day for submission. But we spent about 2 years in the planning and getting things done off the ground with support of Department of Economic and Community Development, DCD, Connecticut Innovations. It is about the startups. It is about creation of the ecosystem in quantum. We have the quantum startup for students when the students propose the businesses and industry, and it is going around the different sectors. So the sectors that we are addressing is quantum, is advanced manufacturing, biomaterials, quantum computers, and AI, and biohealth, with Yale having the focus on basic science and biohealth, and UConn having more focus on applied science, advanced manufacturing, insurance, and fintech, as well as quantum computers. We recently submitted 3 weeks ago another large grant for Connecticut to be leader in AI manufacturing. This grant went to Department of Commerce. It's 70 million in 5 years from Department of Commerce for Connecticut to be hub in AI manufacturing with other partners from University of Texas, University of California, LA, University of South Florida, University of Dakota, and RPI, and 150 manufacturers across the country. What is appealing about this grant that Connecticut is going to lead if we are successful, that companies will contribute about 50 million toward this program, and there is also commitment from state. So what we want to lead as Connecticut as a state that has the highly educated people, but address the value chain of the manufacturing, from the recycling to raw materials, to supply chain, to advanced manufacturing through AI.
Thank you. That's very exciting to hear about. On the manufacturing component of that, is that just the big guys, the defense, the aero?
No, it has 4 segments. It has insurance and finance. It has a health sector. It has advanced manufacturing. And it has energy. And energy includes the natural resources as well as sustainable energies. So for example, if you are thinking of the solar panels and the solar panels that are recycled, using AI, we will be able to identify who are the manufacturers, small, medium companies that do recycling, and what are the components that we put back in the system. So this proposal was conceived during the President Obama time, when we were thinking that we have to have independence on China and any other countries when it comes to raw materials and manufacturing. So we were invited by National Science Foundation and Department of Commerce in the finals in November of 2024. So they are going to fund 2 teams, and we are among the 4. So fingers crossed for us, but that would be amazing for Connecticut.
Yeah, and therein, it's about the leadership and the vision, and that's very exciting. And we're looking forward to hopefully Connecticut leading on all of that. We had a conversation a little bit ago about the low enrollment review process, and I'm assuming that it is part of that process. For example, and by the way, you have just stood up a robotics section, which hats off and thank you, because we've connected with you, with our local public school system and what is now known as the Waterbury Robotics Institute at UConn Waterbury. And it's going to be a destination, quite frankly, for the entire state. And it's just beginning to, scale. But with regard to that enrollment review process, I'm sure that you're looking or considering, like, the conversation about AI, Madam President, things, and maybe you already offer these, like the AI prompt engineering.
Yeah.
Do we have such offerings?
Yes, I will have Provost to respond, but she just came from the conference of the National Conference about AI in Education from Florida University. So, Anne, do you want to talk about what we do, what we currently have? And AI is not something new, but because there is more awareness now, there is more funding, the technology is more matured, there is a lot of different opinions. Is AI going to kill the jobs, or AI is going to create the new jobs? What is responsible and ethical AI? So we are looking across the different schools how we teach AI, but my provost can.
The fact is, it's here, and we've got to embrace it. You're right, ethically and appropriately, but we have to train, an entire workforce here, because this is very new and different. And, this whole line of study in terms of AI prompt engineering is a whole new sector within the offerings of engineering.
Senator?
Yes. So yes, thank you so much for that question. So just in terms of your first point about low enrollment programs, there's a distinction between programs that are appropriately small, like the Waterbury Robotics program is relatively small, say, compared to programs at the Storrs campus, but that is appropriately so. So programs that are appropriately small and are sized correctly are never an issue. What we're looking for is programs that have capacity, that are under enrolled. And do we need to modify those programs? Do we need to change them? In some cases, do we need to discontinue them? So I appreciate the point you were making there about that really wonderful Waterbury program. In terms of AI, yes, we're moving very actively into this space. We've been teaching AI for a number of years in computer science, for example. We have a number of faculty who are leading AI researchers across a variety of fields. One of the areas that we're working on now is curriculum development. So next year, for example, we'll be rolling out an AI literacy class. We'll have 1,000 seats in that class. Many of those seats will be available online, so they'll be available to students at every single campus of our university. And that's a basic course that will cover what you're talking about: what is AI? What are the tools of AI? How does one effectively create prompts, prompt engineering? What are the ethics of how we use AI? So that will be a 2-credit class available to every student and offered from the next year on at about 1,500 seats per year after this first year. So that's a major effort. We have another effort right now to develop AI classes across the curriculum. So we're offering a course development competition so that every discipline can participate in AI, teach AI appropriately to their discipline. This includes our humanities and social sciences, as well as STEM and health professions. So it's very exciting to see what's happening at the undergraduate level. We have new graduate certificates that we'll be bringing shortly to the Board of Trustees for approval as well, again, to help train that workforce and to develop the expertise that we need. Thank you.
And I would like to build on AI and says that we are looking.
Could I interrupt? I'm sorry, but we're 15 minutes over in UConn, and then we have UConn Health right after that. So could we bring this to the work group?
Yeah,
Senator?
just one more thing about AI, if I can. As a state and research institution to be successful, we have to leverage on federal dollars. And federal dollars, 3 years ago, the federal dollars for AI has been 3 billion. Now for AI non-defense is 32 billion. So the priorities for our Senate, Congress, and presidents are AI, quantum, advanced manufacturing, bio and health, and 5G. So as a research institution, we also have to position ourselves and state to be successful to get extra of the federal dollars. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I still have Representative Nuccio who hasn't spoken yet. She's online. And she hasn't spoken. So, thank you. Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a a quick question regarding the blue line, green line document. I just want to be sure that I understand this because the way that I've heard you say it, just want to make sure I'm hearing it correctly. You acknowledge that the money that is short right now was ARPA one-time funding. So I guess, you know, you've said it multiple times that the shortfall is ARPA one-time funding. So I guess I'm asking for a little bit, I know we're over, so, you know, this is not going to be a long explanation, but an explanation of why you think that we should now take this on as ongoing funding when you specifically knew multiple times over and over and over again that it was one-time funding.
So I'll jump in on that one. So yeah, we did understand the ARPA funding has gone away. We've actually reduced it. So for the university, ARPA funding was, or the one-time funding was approximately $100 million. We were able to, you know, reduce that overall ask. Again, our ask in front of this committee and to OPM and to the governor is to help balance the budget of the university. And we're just showing you the difference between what we currently have and what's presented in the governor's budget for that.
So it's taking the one-time money and making it ongoing and asking the state to then fund the federal portion of the ARPA money, correct?
We're asking the state to help balance the budget. So we would be happy to have any conversation about how those funds are could be handled or appropriated.
Okay, and then the question that I asked earlier is, what are you doing from an administrative perspective? I believe UConn is pretty heavy in admin. So what are we doing from an admin perspective to actually make the cost of education, of higher education, more affordable and less expensive?
We are comparing ourselves to other universities. We are looking how we can have more shared services. As you are aware, we have vice president for research office serving both UConn and UConn Health. If you looked at administration grown, what grown is a compliance office, the new things that had been mandating to us that we must implement. But, you know, at every point we are looking what we can leverage and what we can leave without. So we constantly look how to turn every stone without compromising our performance.
Okay, I would say that we need to do a deep dive in the administrative level and look at where there are possible reductions there to actually make the cost of education more affordable, and look for cuts there, because I think we have to start looking at what it's going to take to make this more affordable, not how much more money we can give from a state perspective, because I believe Connecticut is one of the highest funding from a public higher education perspective. So I at least acknowledge, I am thankful that you're acknowledging that it's one-time money that you're expecting us to continue to fund ongoing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hartley, do you want to ask some questions to be brought to the working group?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good for the moment. I'll get them to you personally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your testimonies. And I do have one question. Okay, I forgot. I'm tired now. So now that the sports kids, the kids in sports like basketball and everything, they can get paid. Have you guys started figuring out how you're going to address that in your budget?
Yes, we are looking like what is the cost of our tickets, what are the additional seats that we create, what is the sponsorship agreement. We are going and talking to many more donors who really care about student athletes and wants to support and help us. So we are looking all different means what we have to follow the ruling. And
So the main thing is that it's not going to fall on the taxpayers. It's going to stay with.
that's what we are trying to do.
Yeah,
But I can tell you that everybody was late last night for the game because you cannot find the parking. So when the game started, I said, oh my goodness, the donors and fans are not coming to watch our game. And after 15, 30 minutes, it was full. So the restaurants are full. So I truly believe that this community feels the benefit of having the basketball and our athletic programs. And that's creates more visitors. It helps all the businesses across the state, not only UConn.
No, it especially downtown Hartford. 'Cause
Yes.
downtown Hartford, if there's not a UConn game, there's no restaurant open. That's a sad state of affairs where we have to get our downtown to be a little bit more vibrant and stuff. So you're absolutely right. So I just wanted, because I got a text from somebody that said, well, what about the sports and how are we paying for that? So I just wanted to address that. Thank you very much. And thank you for your answers, and have a great day.
Thank you. We appreciate.
Dr. Andy.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Senator, thank you.
So would you like to give an intro or?
No, I think in the interest of time, I'll just take questions, but except to say thank you so much for your leadership and for all the support you've given to UConn and UConn Health. Thank you.
Questions from my team?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's good to be back.
Yeah, it's good to have you back for sure. So I guess I'm just wondering what the health center is experiencing in view of changes on the national level right now, and where are the pain points?
Yeah, well, same as we've experienced the rest of the university. Obviously, we're looking at the effects of the indirect cost issue that's come up, and there will be a significant impact on UConn Health, our research, if we have a reduction to sort of a 15% cap on the indirect costs, both in fiscal year 25 and in fiscal year 26. But again, we're in a wait and see approach right now, while at the same time understanding that there would be significant harm to UConn Health if this was implemented. Beyond that, I think the main issue is just around our budget, as we've talked about already.
Thank you, Doctor. In the past, we've always talked about the DOC contract. Can you just give us a thumbnail on that?
So, as everybody knows, we used to manage the healthcare within the jails and prisons for the state of Connecticut, as well as in our hospital. We pulled out of the contract in the jails and prisons, and what we do now is we continue to take care of prisoners in our hospital. So we have actually a floor that we use for correctional inmates. And we work very collaboratively with the Department of Corrections. And I have reached out, and we've been talking with the Department of Corrections, and have said, any way that we can help as they address some of their challenges, we're very open-minded to that.
And then we also had the perennial conversation about the fringes, and has that all been addressed?
Yes, so the legacy costs, which were included were on our books in the past, and had it caused an issue with research grants where you're applying for a grant and you're having to put the fact that you have 75% fringe rate or something like that. But due absolutely to the leadership of the legislature and others, has been resolved, and those legacy costs are now at the state level, and so it's helped our researchers. Now, of course, our fringe rates are still not exactly where a lot of other places would be. I think we're at 30, Is it about, looking at my CFO here?
Yeah, we're approximately on the clinical side at 28 to 30%,
Right.
where the average in the Connecticut or in our Hartford area is more in the low 20s. So of one note, we do have the JDH fringe benefit differential, which is a line item that we had in the current year in fiscal 25, which was $4.5 million. That is not proposed in the governor's budget to move forward. So there is a difference of one, but that specific line item was to help bridge the gap between other health systems in the state and what we experience still as the state hospital.
But in terms of research submissions, yes, that has helped immensely, and we're very thankful to the legislature for that.
So problem solved, semi-solved.
Semi-solved, we have a little bit of a gap just financially about where we would have been if we were at the level of other hospitals and health systems, but that's a budgetary issue.
And so that then relates to this whole conversation about trying to find a partner and that RFP and.
Yeah, we're very aligned with the state and the notion that UConn Health needs to grow, and that there's a lot we can do. I'm very excited about UConn Health at this point in its history, from a quality standpoint, from a patient growth standpoint, from a patient experience. I was smiling. I know that when the president was talking, she was talking about people coming to open houses. We don't hope that any of you or any of your family members ever have to come to UConn Health, but if you do, I hope that you've noticed that the quality is just amazing, the patient experience is amazing, and we're extremely busy. And we're very thankful to the state, to the Office of Health Strategy and others for the extra 23 beds that we've actually already started to put into place right now. So we believe that with our growth and with the demand for our services, that we can reduce our reliance on the state over time. And the budget that we've submitted is, so in fiscal year 25, we were at 198 or so million, if you look at the blue chart. And then the next year we said, and this was before the governor's budget, we said we will come in at, for fiscal year 26, at about 178. And then in fiscal year 27, 164 or so, right? So you can see that it's reducing by 20 million, then 14 million, then 13 million. And we believe that that's important. As good stewards of taxpayers' dollars, we're growing, we're doing well. We should be able to reduce our reliance on the state. And we think that over the next few years, we can actually reduce that reliance by about 60 million. And that's in particular, that number is important because that's the number that we allocate to the clinical enterprise, not to the schools. The school, and so the School of Medicine, School of Dental Medicine and Research, we're not talking about their reduction. We're talking about a reduction in getting basically the clinical enterprise to be off state support, and that's important. But how do we get there? Well, we get there through partly through cost reductions, and we're actually selecting a firm right now to help us across the board to be absolutely as efficient as we can be. And we also have our internal cost reduction group that we work on and we have about 15 million that we're going to reduce over time. And then, but getting to your question, partnerships are a big part of that. So being able to grow, remember we've hit capacity, so being able to grow, but to do that in a way that's efficient is really important. So we think public-private partnerships are going to be an important piece of that. And so we're in that process of exploring right now, and more to come on that.
Very intriguing and interesting, and also encouraging with regard to your numbers in operating and so forth, because I can recall those years where we were really struggling to reach. Talking about partnerships, is there any kind of a partnership ongoing? I know you share kind of campus with Jackson Lab.
So we're still exploring what partnerships might make sense. It's complicated. It's important that we're doing the right types of partnerships. We obviously want to make sure that what we're doing is advanced by partnerships. But yes, we do have it's a different kind of partnership with Jack's Lab, for example, on our campus. That's more of an academic research partnership, and we have about we've submitted about 144 million in joint, we've actually been awarded 144 million in joint grants with Jackson Laboratory, and we have about $47 million pending awards that we have put in for. And we also have joint hires. So it's a very good relationship with Jack's Lab. And again, that's due to the leadership and the vision of the state.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions for UConn Health? No? Okay. And thank you, sir. And
Thank you.
I have attended UConn Health, and it's such a difference. Let me just say, the amount of courtesy, the professionalism, and the other part is talking to a doctor and actually having a conversation that I understand is really important.
Yeah.
It makes you feel more secure about what you're trying to learn and how you're trying to understand your own health. And the doctors that I have worked with at UConn are fantastic. I mean, it's great. I just wish you were further down south of Connecticut, but that's okay.
Thank you.
I don't mind the
Thank you for
drive.
saying that.
It's all good. Route 9 is my favorite place.
Thank you.
So, but I just thank you for what you do, and I hope we can talk about the DOC issue. We need to work on that. We had several cases that, because of poor conditions in DOC, we had to pay out a lot of money in settlements. I'd rather it go into a health system that is growing and thriving and it benefits the state as opposed to paying off our negligence.
Happy to have further discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sure.
No, I didn't jump ahead quite quickly enough. I had stepped out of the room for a moment and came back in and like, oh, we're already here. I just had one quick question. First off, thank you very much for your presentation. And it's really good to see that, your clinical revenues continue to increase. It's a key component to sort of making sure that, the long-term viability of the UConn Health Center is demonstrated. And,
Right.
And I think that's really great. A year ago, if I remember correctly, or maybe it was two, we started talking about how the federal government offers some reimbursement to hospitals that see, I think it's high levels of Medicaid patients. And that application, though, comes from the Department of Social Services, not directly from the hospital. And that we as a state might receive as much as $40 million a year in sort of a reimbursement, I guess is the best way of putting it, for Medicaid patients seen at the hospital, but that our government does not share that with you in its entirety. It consumes something like $32 million elsewhere in the budget, and you might see something like $8 million of it. Is that practice still occurring?
Yes, you have a good memory. I'll turn it over to our CFO to give a little bit more detail on this.
So, yeah, so the aspect of that is that as a state hospital, we do participate in some of the federal arrangements. So through DSS, who puts in the agreements specifically for the hospital, and this is years ago, it was just set up that way. The hospital receives about $8.5 million, and the rest, I believe, just gets deposited into the general fund. So we estimated last year was around $35 million, which would be that difference. So we've continued to have conversations of, number one, the more that the university grows, the more those dollars can grow, and that could be something that we can utilize in this budget conversation. And then number two, we've also been working with DSS over the last year to see what other programs or what new programs can we enter into to increase that federal match. So the more money that we can bring in from Washington to help the overall budget, we want to do that also. So been working on both of those sides with them as a partner.
And so just so that I'm clear, I mean, I'm not sure what the rationale is to not share the entire reimbursement with the hospital that's actually providing the services. But even if we were to keep it the way it is, does that revenue get reflected on your balance sheet? And that it's the $32 million or so that goes to the general fund is recognized as a contribution from that results from the work of the health center that comes to the general fund. I'm trying to figure out if that $32 million is incorporated in your bottom line at all, or if it's this is just done outside of your revenue and expenditure lines.
Yeah, it is not recorded in the hospital. It's just recorded on the state. So I believe it would be in the revenue proposals from the state. That's the only place you would see it.
So it's revenue generated by the hospital, but it's not recognized as revenue generated by the hospital itself. If you added that $32 million to your revenue streams, even if you showed it as a benefit that eventually gets shared to the state, I guess I'd be interested in knowing what that does to, what it looks like the hospital is doing in terms of its bottom line.
So it would be zero effect to the hospital because the revenue, we'd have to add some kind of liability to pay it back to the state. So without keeping the cash, it would just be a net neutral transaction.
But if the cash was kept, then obviously that would offset the 60 million or so reduction that we have right now. Would offset half of it.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. Eventually we'll get there. Maybe in a work session. Thank you very much. I appreciate your answering that question.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Haddad. Further questions from committee members? Seeing none, I want to thank President and also head of the Health Center for being with us, and look forward to having a little more intimate conversations in the working groups. And so with that, we'll declare this section of the appropriations hearing concluded, to be started by the public testimony later this evening, I believe at about 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hartley. Thank you, senators and representatives. Thank you.